Jerusalem, stand and face Jerusalem. Blessing of the Sabbath. Barakat Yahweh, Bashem, Yehoshai, Asherat, Nathan Lenawa, Ashabach, Bashalawam, Tawada, Amen. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath of peace. Thank you so be. Ali Ma'al Shirai Machad, Psalms 121. Aya, Harayim, Ayim, oh, Harim, Mayan, Yabawa, sorry, Yabawa, my Yahweh, Shashad, Shemayim, Warataza, La'ab, Yanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala, Yanawum. Shashramarka Hanela Wella Yeshan Shashramar Yeshrele Yehowah Shemaria Yehowah Tazalia Ayo Yawomam Hashemash La Hakaya Wayarak La Balayele Yahweh Yashamaria Makab Rai Yashamar Napashe Yahweh Yashamar Habalake Wabua Ayeb Ma'aifat Wa Aid Iwalam Basham Yahweh Shai the Water Amen. Psalms 121, the Song of the Greeks. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen. Shemaiah Sharela, Hero Israel. Shemaiah Sharela, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Akad. Shemaiah Sharela, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Akad. Shemai Yeshuveleh Yahweh Eloheinu Yahweh Akad. Deuteronomy 6 and 4. Hear, O Israel, Lord our God is one Lord. Amen. Dapula Yahweh, the Lord's Prayer. Abinawib Shabbat Shemayim Kodash Hayeh Shamke Yahweh Malakwav Kad Taba'ab Rataza Wanka Hayeh Aisha Baratazab Kabashamayim Latanawib Lakhan Yawum Zab Wasabaknawa Kabawaknawa Kasabachnawa Kabawakinawa Wala'ab Abiyarnawa O Nasayawan above Hawashinawa Marai Kaye Laka Hamalakwa Wa Allah Wathaparath Waiwalam Aman. Matthew 6 and 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen. Ha'ai Shara Mitzazawav, 10 Commandments. La'ab, Yahayab, Lakad, Alahayim, Akarim, Alapanyat, La'ab, Ta'ishad, Lakad, Pasob, Wala'ab, Thaibnam, La'ab, Falakwakath, Shamwa, Yehovah, Alaika, Lashua, Zakar, Af, Hayawam, Hashabaf, Lakodashwa, Kabad, Abiyaka, Wa Amaka, La'ab, Tharatazak, La'ab, Thana'ab, La'ab, Thaganab, La'ab, Tha'inad, Shakur, La'ab, Thachamad, Kau, Asherab, Lara'ika, Aman. Exodus 20:3. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is. And rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Amen. Yeshabua, please be seated. Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai, Sharanas Nanawa Paria, Gapan Dawada Aman. La Yahweh, Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai, Yasha'Allah. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the fruit of the vine, thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. Amadwa Panuel Yerushalayim, stand face Jerusalem. Barakatah Yahweh, Haggadah, Rakawam, Abiyah, Wanawa'ah, Aliyawan, Malak, Shemayim, ورتزة وكو دبايم كيايم وقام هماشيك ما يهوى روانوى همنوى هبلاب يا ايتزة يا هوشي زكارنوى يا هو بارتزوان Ainke Yash'ala Zarnawa Banab Wasap Yash'ala O Nanawa Yum Yum Aita Kaya Wamyum Makwadam Babakusha Shalak Mike Allah Watazwadak Alahayim La Maganawa Raparnama Washamar Ilnawa by Shalak Haroka Shao Yahoshai Lanawa Lamadnawa Rabium Kakamath Tabawana Wada I Shao the Barka Basham Yahoshai for Wada Thum Yet Why Willam Aman. The English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, the great, merciful, mighty, terrible, most high power, King of heaven and earth and all things living, and also the anointed from Yahweh, our Lord, our friend, the wonderful counselor, Yahweh Shai. Remember, Yahweh, favorably your people Israel. Help us build and gather Israel. Most high, we beg you, right now like the days of old. Please send Michael and the righteous powers to watch over, protect us, heal us, and watch over us. Mainly send the spirit of Yahweh Shai to us, to teach us much wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of thy word. In the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, always and forever, so be it. Repeat the Hebrew only. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law. Barakata Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Natan Lanawa, Hatharabah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light to see. Barakata Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Natan Lanawa, Awar, Lara Awat. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people. Barakata Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Natan Lanawa, Karan, Hayo, La Korab, Ha'ain. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Barakata Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Natan Lanawa, Hasheman, Zayef, Lamashak, Yasha'ala, Yeshabwa. Please be seated. Okay, so Shalom Yasharella. So Shalom everyone that's here in Philly. Shalom everybody watching us on live stream, and Shalom everybody listening to us on teleconference. Welcome to Hayah Shalakanas, with the Congregation of Israel, where we teach that the descendants of slaves, as well as the indigenous peoples found throughout the Americas, as well as the Caribbean, make up the southern and northern kingdoms of the 12 tribes of Israel. And that we as a people fall into a low state, politically, economically, religiously, because we broke the laws of God, found in the Bible given to us by Moses. And that we come out of the low state that we fall into by turning back these commandments we broke through or by following Jesus Christ as our example. And one way we do that is by keeping the Sabbath holy from Friday, Sunday to Saturday, sundown. And our particular branch of Christ, as others do, goes through a regular Sabbath service, as you see it in the bottom scrolling marquee. Today we're going to be going into 2 Chronicles 9 and 10. So we're back in 2 Chronicles 9 and 10 this week. So let's get this Sabbath service under the way. My name is Nabia Zerubbabel. I have the pleasure and privilege of going through the lesson with you guys today on this wonderful Sabbath day. As we know, the Lord's Sabbath, as all days, are the day that the Lord has made, right? And as we hopefully sing, we read that song. And it's funny, I mentioned in the beginning how we make up the southern and northern kingdoms of the 12 tribes of Israel. That's a particular event we're going to be reading about today in our reading, going into not only, as you see in the title, Solomon's glory, as far as the title of the video, Solomon's abundance through his glory, but also reading about the split of his kingdom that's going to be in the next chapter and the cause behind it, right? So this time period being the peak or the apex of our rulership in the world, when we were the top nation, top most influential nation on the earth. And then unfortunately our fall from grace afterwards. But it's during this time period as far as we're going to be reading today. So write down for your notes that we're going through 2 Chronicles, chapter 9 and 10. That is the Sabbath. Started around 10:38, finished 10:56. As far as the opening prayers, put down my name. And then according to the Gregorian calendar, it's the 10th of January, 2026. And then according to our calendar, it would be the 10th month. And if we're counting down, because if you remember before, we kept the last new moon during a time of dedication, right? Which means when the sun set that Friday night on the 19th, that would have been the first day, right, of the 10th month. So going down to the 26th, that would have made it the 8th. Going down to the 2nd, which was last Friday night, it would have been the 15th. So when the sun set on the 9th, which was yesterday sundown, that would put us at the 22nd day. Right? Just started from 1, and you count 7, you get 8. You count another 7, you get 15. You count another 7, you get 22. So the 10th month and the 22nd day. That's how you could figure it out if you didn't remember. All right. So now let's go to 2 Chronicles chapter 9 and verse 1. So if you remember last time, about 3 Sabbaths back, we were reading through the Sabbath service. We're going into Solomon pretty much building up his empire as he was the ruler, right? Like we read before, as his father David would be a man of war, he would be a man of peace. As David was a man of destruction when it came to waging war against the nations that didn't take the knee. Solomon would focus on more construction, building and expanding, picking up where David had left off, right? When it came to expanding the borders of Israel, but then also as far as the rule of other nations that are in our surrounding areas, also establishing not only or building his own house, but building the Most High's house, right? The most glorious of all his achievements, establishing the temple for the Most High, right? We read about different construction projects he had going on, but now we're going to read about a particular exchange that he had with, as scriptures refer to as the Queen of Sheba. You'll see different stories out there according to different uh, doctrines or beliefs concerning this Queen of Sheba, right? In history, they'll say, okay, this is lining up with a woman of Cush named Makeda, and they'll say how she, after meeting with Solomon, they consummated and had a son named Menelik. And they'll claim that there's a line of descendants that comes from their son Menelik that goes all the way down through the ages to the modern times, falling upon the man Haile Selassie. But when we go into the scriptures, there's no evidence or proof of that. But that's just something that you'll hear concerning this woman. In this region, Sheba, before we even get into it, whole Second Chronicles 9, let's just get the beginnings of Sheba. Let's go back to, could link this with 901. Let's go back to Genesis, Table of Nations. Genesis chapter 10. Genesis chapter 10. I'm just going to read verses 6 and 7 for what we want. Genesis chapter 10, verse 6 and 7. All this linking with 2 Chronicles 9 and 1, where it reads, Genesis chapter 10 and verse 6, it says, and the sons of Ham, Cush, and Mizraim, and Put, and Canaan, right? So Ham being one of the three sons of Noah, right? The father of who we would call the so-called Africans, right? It says in verse 7, and the sons of Cush, Seba, and Havilah, and Sapta, and the sons of Raamah, Sheba, and Dedan, right? So you look at where Cush spread out when the nations were first coming back into the earth and spreading and going different directions as far as the different sons of Noah, which would lead up to our people, but much later. They went southward into what they now refer to as the Horn of Africa, right? So you go into Sheba, remember, we always use this saying, we go and bring out nations when we teach. Before any nation was a land, it was a man. We always say that, right? But now Sheba would be one of those descendants of Cush, which today largely is referred to as Ethiopia and also the surrounding countries. Those as being relatives of the native Ethiopians, just different families of them, even though and Esau would definitely like to help this along anytime he can to cause divisions. Have a north versus the south, or just have a division altogether and just say, yeah, let's divide them by religion, divide them by language, divide them by however we can, and then pit them against each other. So the nations themselves will do this, but then we know with Esau, he'll help that along, especially as he come into power. But you talk to those people in those different countries, you'll ask them, okay, well, what's the difference really? And they'll tell you, oh, you go back far enough. We come from the same place. They'll tell you that. But the other nations around Ethiopia, like Somalia, like Djibouti, like Eritrea, etc., those being other families of Cush, it tells us here that Sheba was one of those descendants. So that's where this Queen of Sheba is coming from. Also, you can read this. This is in the Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary on Sheba. It says, when you start from, because you have more than one Sheba, because it's for number 4, where it says a son of Raamah, son of Cush. Then it references Genesis 10 and 7 and 1 Chronicles 1 and 9. But then when you jump down towards the end, it says, it's probable that this man's descendants by intermarriage otherwise finally became identified with the descendants of 4 and 5 together. They constitute what is called the kingdom of Sheba, or the Sabaeans, right? Sometimes we see Sabaeans along with Sheba, which we're just referring to that same region, right? That same descendancy. So you read about Sabaeans being taken captive, like the prophecy in Isaiah. It's just talking about families of Cush, who today we refer to as uh, Ethiopians, right? That's the name the Greeks gave them, which just means burnt face. But that's where this queen is coming from, right? Let's go back to Second Chronicles chapter 9, and let's read on. Well, let me just read verse 1 first, but let me read on after that. It says in Second Chronicles 9 and 1, and when the queen of Sheba heard of the fame of Solomon, she came to prove Solomon with hard questions at Jerusalem, with a very great company and camels that bear spices and gold in abundance, and precious stones. When she was come to Solomon, she communed with him of all that was in her heart. Right? So they had a heart-to-heart talk, right? She came for diplomacy or diplomatic mission, but you don't always get to talk to heads of state when you go travel. So the whole idea is to build allyship. So while you guys talk about business, you may have other questions just about life, the creation, et cetera, et cetera. So she's asking these questions of Solomon because Solomon's reputation went far and wide, as you read in previous chapters, right? He was known as a man of wisdom, even according to the heathen of the world. But we know the truth behind his power, his wisdom, as it was bestowed upon Solomon by the Most High. Now she's going to get a firsthand experience of what that's like. You could also just link this with the First Kings chapter 10 in verse 1, or First Kings chapter 10, and those verses going down pretty much will parallel what we're reading here in Second Chronicles chapter 9. Also, you can write down Matthew chapter 12 in verse 42. Once again, Matthew chapter 12 in verse 42. Also, you can write down Luke chapter 11 in verse 31, where we see our Lord and Savior make reference to the glory of Solomon, how the Queen of Sheba came to sit down and talk with him, right? And how she was just amazed at all the glory and the abundance that he had, both physical and spiritual, when she went to encounter him. But Christ making reference to that, to reference to the Son of Man, to say his coming will be even greater than that. This being like a high point in our history, this reference. But him saying that his coming as the Son of Christ, as the Son of God, I should say, would be even greater than Solomon and all his adornments, right? So he would come as the Christ. It would be even beyond that. Like he would say, as you read on, a greater than Solomon is here, right? But yeah, that's in Matthew 12 and 42, as well as Luke 11 and 31. But let's continue on. This is back in Second Chronicles, chapter 9. I want to read on in verse 2. Or in Second Chronicles, chapter 9 and verse 2 now. It reads, and Solomon told her all her questions, and there was nothing hid from Solomon which he told her not. Right? So they talked about a lot of different things. This is going to tell the details about them. But yeah, all the questions concerning wisdom, knowledge, right? That apparently, she wasn't like on a timetable really like that because she was the queen. She could come and go as she pleased. But yeah, she's pretty much getting answers to all of her different questions. You can link chapter 9 and verse 2 to First Kings 10, and from verses 3 down to about 5, where it goes into their conversation there as well. Also, we can link Proverbs just to show how, when it comes to being a ruler, namely a ruler of Israel, but all rulers should aspire to this. Our people and our rulers being the example, right? But this is in Proverbs chapter 25. Proverbs chapter 25, and I'm going to start from verse 1. Proverbs 25 and 1, it reads, "These are also Proverbs of Solomon, which the men of Hezekiah, king of Judah, copied out." Right? So we're talking about Solomon's Proverbs, but it just says that men of Hezekiah, who was the king that will come a lot later, we'll read about him as you go further on in Second Chronicles. But he was a descendant of them, right? When you go down the lineage, another righteous king. But from what we can see here, Solomon had some proverbs that maybe got set aside. So now they got them and then put them in these, put these back into Proverbs to make them be a part of the volume of Proverbs, at least that we have. Now, are there other Proverbs besides these and other writings of other prophets? Sure. But now, can we find them, and can we prove, when we do supposedly find them, that they're part of scriptures? That's where we use the Spirit as our guide, because we're going to see mentions of other books, not just here, but other places in the scriptures as well. And the idea is to not go crazy if we can't find these other books. Nothing wrong with seeking out knowledge, right, of the records of the time. But wisdom will tell us, okay, what did Christ tell us in Revelation? Hold fast that which thou hast till I come. In other words, we have enough to work with right here as far as what's considered canonized scripture, to learn this, to apply this, to come into Christ's salvation, and hopefully be a part of that 1/3 that's chosen, the 144,000 that's chosen. Just what we have written, just what we have in our possession. This enough, we could spend a lifetime and still not fully grasp this here. So we like to always use that metaphor, focus on the water in the glass as opposed to the water that's not in the glass, right? While there may be things outside of the Bible, missing books, do we even fully understand the books that we have, right? So a good rule of thumb to just consider. But now I like these proverbs because it speaks to what we see going on here with Solomon as far as his disposition and why the Queen of Sheba is so taken aback by his answers and his arrangement when it comes to his court, his doorkeepers, his soldiers, everything that he has set up there in Jerusalem. So it says in verse 2 of Proverbs 25, "It is the glory of God to conceal a thing, but the honor of kings is to search out a matter," right? So the Most High will hide things, but then it's up to us to tap into the Most High's wisdom and knowledge using his scriptures as our foundation to dig those things out, to draw those things out of the scriptures, right? Yeah, there's definitely an urge to go and find other books that may not be a part of the Bible, but look what the Bible itself has to say. There's so much right here in the Bible that we still haven't opened up. That's why we may even experience this in this lifetime, being called into the truth. You'll read a verse 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4, 5 times, 6 times. And each time you read it, you go, oh, yeah, it's a good verse. But then the 7th time you read it, just using that arbitrarily, right? 7. You'll see something that you didn't necessarily see the 6 times you read it before. Or you might see a way that verse links up with another verse that you didn't see before and go, oh, wow, I didn't know this verse complemented this verse. Just showing how wise the Heavenly Father is as far as how he laid out scriptures, to show how the wisdom connects one with another, whereas you didn't see it before, but it was always there. Now you're privy to it. So all this is, you develop this over and over and do this and go through this process over and over again over the years. It's supposed to not only increase your wisdom, but then to deepen your relationship with the Heavenly Father and your trust in him, right? to just acknowledge, wow, the Most High always knew. It was just me that didn't know, right? Reading on in verse 3, the heaven for height, the earth for depth. It says, and the heart of kings is unsearchable. See that? So the heart of kings should be unsearchable, meaning the depths of kings and the wisdom of the kings should be like deep waters where you can never find the bottom, like trying to go down to the deepest of oceans, right? Remember what Solomon's wisdom was likened unto? It was likened to the sand of the sea, trying to keep account for all the different sand that's at the sea. You can't do it. You can't count every pebble of sand. It's like you can't count all the hosts that's in heaven, right? Even the little bit that we understand about the host shows us so much. When we look up there, right, and look at the arrangement of the stars, and when we had the spirit, we were more in tune. We were able to look in there and see the Most High's will. Now we have a corrupt left-hand version of that, right, in the form of astrology. But you read the scriptures, yeah, we can look into heaven and pretty much see the scriptures, see the will of God. But now, even all those stars, we can't fully grasp. So that's how his wisdom was. That's why it says this. It says in verse 4, take away the dross from the silver, and there shall come forth a vessel for the finer. So, like refining silver, to take out those impurities, right? Those less precious minerals that are part of the silver, to refine the silver, like how we're going to be refined, like we're being refined right now. Us men and women of Israel that have been called into this truth, right? And that are enduring temptation. Verse 5, take away the wicked from before the king, and his throne shall be established in righteousness. All right. So the same way we want to take away the dross from the silver, we want to take away wickedness from before the king, namely for our people, but for any people. Because the scriptures tell us in Proverbs also, you go back to verse 14 and 34, it tells you that sin is a reproach or a shame to any people. You can write that down too, but just a cross-reference. But this is Proverbs 14 and 31. Sorry, 34. Proverbs 14 and 34, I meant to say. It reads, righteousness exalteth a nation, but sin, which is the transgression of the law, 1 John 3 and 4, is a reproach or a shame to any people, right? So it's always a shame anytime a people sin, whether it's Esau that's in power now or the Medo-Persians that were in power some time ago, whatever nation we're talking about. Even when it comes to our people being in rulership, it's a sin for us to do. It's a reproach for us to sin. And we'll get into that when we go to chapter 10. So that was Proverbs 25. I read from 1 to 5. Also 14:34 is a reference. And I referenced 1 Kings 10, 3 to 5. They go back to 2 Chronicles 9 and 2. Reading on, it says, I'm in verse 3 now. It says, and when the queen of Sheba had seen the wisdom of Solomon and the house that he had built, and the meat of his table, and the sitting of his servants, and the attendance of his ministers, and their apparel, his cupbearers also, right? It says, and their apparel or their clothes, and his ascent by which he went up into the house of Yahweh, there was no more spirit in her, right? So a picture like, this is probably the closest vision we've ever had of what happens in the third heaven, replicated down here on earth, as the laws that we keep are the Most High's laws. That's a heavy thing that sets us apart from other nations, being given the Most High's direct laws to keep down here on earth, from the ordering of the priests to the way we order the house of the king or the king's court, to how we even arrange our hosts when it comes to battle, right? All these aspects of our government and rulership are reflections of what you see up there in the third heaven. So it's not surprising that her as a ruler coming from somewhere else, as glory as the glory of nations have their glory, things that they set themselves up, the way they set themselves up when it comes to their palaces and their arrangements of their court, members of their court, arrangements when it comes to their armies, different displays of, you know, discipline, things like that. It couldn't compare to how Solomon had the nation arranged, going all the way to the temple and Jerusalem. But as she witnessed this, it says there was no more spirit in her. Imagine who might have we been at that time if we were there in our previous life, right? To be a part of this, to witness this, right? It really had to be something else, even for us of Israel. But it says that there was no more spirit in her after observing how we had everything ordered and arranged. In verse 5, it says, she said to the king, it was a true report which I heard in mine own land of thine acts and of thy wisdom. So just showing how that power of the Most High's wisdom, when you embody it, that you're noised abroad, right? Be you a king, or if you just be a tradesman, if you are wise and show forth that wisdom, right? That wisdom will spread. You'll be known as such, or be known for such. But with Solomon's going to be on a different level, as he is the king too, but he's a wise king, right? Following the Most High's righteousness. And because of that, his fame is going abroad, right? That's why you'll see in the scriptures, it says so and so got him a name, right? And you look in the Hebrew word for name is Shem, like the first part of Samuel's name. Name and also fame, that word Shem can mean both, right? So when you have a name, it's like having fame, right? People know who you are when your name precedes you. So, yeah, talk are going around amongst the nations about Solomon and his wisdom and his ability to pretty much administer rule and government and to set things up and to do all different types of matters, right? Governmental matters, domestic matters, matters of trade, matters of discovery, right? Resource management, etc. He was affluent in all matters. And that word got out. She heard about it, but as she's telling him, but it's nothing compared to what I'm actually witnessing. Like I heard the stories, but now that I'm here and seeing everything and how it's all set up, wow, this is something else. It says, verse 6, howbeit I believed not their words until I came, and mine eyes have seen it. And behold, the one half of the greatness of thy wisdom was not told me. For thou exceedest the fame that I heard. See that? That's what we're talking about. So what she's witnessing is even beyond the stories that she had heard. And then check this out, because she's admiring this because she's taking this and reflecting on this and probably reflecting on her own rule or the rule of the kings that she rules with, going back to Sheba and the rules of Cush. Because remember, the heathens, while they're not in the truth, but they've had their time in the sun. They've had their great rules, their great empires, right? And Cush being one of them, right? Ham had very influential rulerships like Sheba, like Babylon, right? Different iterations of Babylon, even going back, even before this time, going back to Nimrod, him being one of the first chief rulers we read about in history, right? So they're nothing to, how's the expression go? They're nothing to talk about lightly, but in comparison to our people, in comparison to Solomon and his arrangements, right? This is just going far and beyond, right? Everything here now is extraordinary. And I'll get that scripture real quick because we know that we're God's chosen people. But we know sometimes when we see people that have certain abilities or talents or wisdom or a combination of all those things, we're very quick to attribute them to say, oh, that person's probably the Israelite that's scattered. But no, the nations have their glory. The nations have the things they've done, right? The things they've accomplished. But once again, you take everything that they've done as a whole versus what we've done. That's where you see the difference. But now, because most had to give us somebody to look to compete with, or I should say, to look to say, yeah, we have to look at them and say, this is a great empire or a great authority. But now, how the Most High's authority is even beyond that. So the Most High gave these nations a peace, gave them a peace of his glory, just to show how much glory he would put upon us and how he would set us apart from these worldly examples. Even we were going to establish the land of Canaan through war during the time of Joshua, right? The Most High put those nations there and gave them might, gave them strength to prove us. He didn't just give us, heathens that just were just like, just limp noodles, chumps we could just step on. No, they have mighty warriors too, right? They had skill when it came to battle formations, things like that. So the Most High was going to have them have some kind of wealth, some kind of power to prove us to see where to put him first, right? So he just didn't give us just some weak sparring partners, right? He gave us somebody, some nations, so that we could prove ourselves and prove our trust in him when it came to them being more and mightier than us, right? So that's not something that we had to shy away from. We can acknowledge that. But reading on in verse 7, it says, Happy are thy men, and happy are these thy servants, which stand continually before thee and hear thy wisdom. So she's admiring how happy are those that are working for him, right? Because just like having a ruler, whether it be over a country or even over a company, like a boss or management, right? That's definitely an important measuring stick to see, okay, how loving and how willing are your servants to serve you? Or they just do it reluctantly because they got no other choice? Or are they constantly plotting and scheming a way to overthrow you to put someone else that they would prefer in power? But we don't see that here. She doesn't see that here as far as the plotting and scheming that you see with these other carnal empires. So she's amazed at that too. Because when you rule according to righteousness, right, you'll have people that will love to serve because they see that you're going to do right by them. And you're going to be putting them in the right position so that they can exercise their talents and skills the best way possible so that they can be effective when it comes to rulership. Oftentimes, that's enough for folks, for them to do what they do best. But what you see when it comes to the rule of the heathen, when they don't rule according to God's righteousness, you don't have that. You're not appreciated for your talents and gifts, right? Resources aren't managed the right way. And then you what? You feel slighted, you feel unfulfilled, and you look elsewhere. Or you say, you know what, let me teach myself to be my own ruler. Let me be an entrepreneur. Let me go in my own direction. Not to say that's bad, but the why you want to go into your own direction because you've been slighted by mismanagement or rulers abusing you, that's not good if that's your motivation. But yeah, the verse I was referring to, you just write it down. You can link it with verse 7. So chapter 9, verse 7. This is the verse just to show that, the Most High gave notable ones to the nations, even though they're considered a drop in the bucket. It tells you that in Isaiah chapter 40, 15 and 17. But check this out. This is Psalms 78. Sorry, I'm dyslexic. Said that backwards on purpose. 87. Psalms 87. Psalms 87, I'm going to read from verse 4. Psalms 87 and verse 4, it reads, I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Rahab is another name here going for or pertaining to Egypt. Because Egypt was a glorious empire too that came of Ham, as was the Ethiopian empire over the ages. And Babylon was their rulership too. Another Greek rendering of that city, Babel, which we know was established by one of their first chief rulers, Nimrod, when you read in Genesis chapter 10, right? That mighty hunter before the Lord. I'll make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, Philistines being another chief sparring partner that we had as Israel, we fought against and competed against and dueled with and things like that. And we even see down to the time of the Maccabees, they were still an issue, even though we're mainly fighting the Greeks. We saw the western part of Israel still had a remnant of the Philistines there, right, holding their ground. Which, like I said, that was like a people that we had sparred with for many centuries, even going back to David fighting against Goliath, which was a notable event that gave David a name amongst the people, right, and fame amongst the people. His victory over Goliath, a mighty man that came out of Philistia. It says, in Tyre, with Ethiopia, this man was born there. Tyre, right, along with Zidon above Israel. When you look on the map, those being major places that were doing trade and things like that. Yeah, you got to be people that come out of those places that have a name that we can say, oh yeah, this person is a mighty person. This person is a mighty man. When we read that in Chronicles 2, going into David's mighty men, how it'll say how they took out these chief figures that were amongst these other nations that we were fighting with when establishing our kingdom. So yeah, they're going to have certain people to come out of them for whatever reason, whether it be for wealth or business or political things, or they may have certain talents or gifts when it comes to music or whatever, or dance. But now verse 5 is where we set the bar even higher when it comes to our people, Zion. That's why it says in verse 5, and of Zion it shall be said, this and that man was born in her, and the highest himself shall establish her. So that's the reason why Queen of Sheba, she's just like, wow, look at this. I can't believe it. We've got a glorious rulership and kingdom and palaces and servants, but look at Solomon. It's just on a totally different level when it comes to these Israelites. So that's the difference. Verse 6, Yahweh shall count when he writeth up the people that this man was born there, Selah. Then it says finally in verse 7, as well the singers as the players on instruments shall be there. All my springs are in them, right? So the Most High spring comes out of us. And that's not to be taken lightly. Like I said, even under our curse, we see just how much we influence the world when it comes to our inventions, when it comes to our arts, our crafts, things we built either for infrastructure, things we built when it comes to entertainment, right? You go across the gambit. They try to focus mostly on the entertainment things, or things that entertain the masses. I know my brother Yao always would say, run, sing, dance, and play, right? That's what he would say. As long as we just stay in that realm, that Esau, so-called white man, he's happy. But don't let them talk about any contributions that we've made to the STEM fields, right? Science, technology, engineering, mathematics, which are plenty, but oftentimes working for someone else, they would try to take. They wouldn't just try; they would take the license or take the patent and then lay claim to it and say intellectual property, right? Because they have the means to mass produce our ideas, right? Which goes back to Deuteronomy 28, the curse saying there'd be no might in our hand, even though we may come up with great things. So they like to shy away from those things, but yet and still they're recorded, things we come up with, things that we invented, things that we've innovated. But like I said, they'd like to focus mainly on just the more trivial things when it comes to, entertainment. But even those things are wonderful too, but they just say, or to make it seem like that's all we can do. I should say it like that. When I say trivial, I'm not trying to say that, any of the art forms we come up over the ages, whether it be, blues or jazz or funk or hip hop or whatever. Not saying that's trivial. I'm saying it's trivial to just narrow it down to like, we can only do those things when it comes to music or when it comes to sports, athleticism, right? Whether you're talking about, soccer or football or basketball or baseball, etc. When it comes to our tribes, I'm saying it's trivial to say that's all we're good for. That's what I meant by that. But those are not to be taken lightly either. but that's not only what we are. And Psalms 87 should give us evidence to show us that. Back to 2 Chronicles 9. I read from forward down to the end in Psalms 87. Psalms 87, 4-7 to link with 2 Chronicles 9 and 7, and also verse 8. Second Chronicles chapter 9 and verse 8. Blessed be Yahweh thy power, which delighted in thee to set thee on his throne, to be king for Yahweh thy power, because thy power loved Israel, to establish them forever. Therefore made he thee, talking about Solomon, king over them to do justice and judgment. Switch those, judgment and justice. So another nation acknowledging our king, the Most High, putting power behind our king, King Solomon. So another evidence of that, even though they got the strange nations, these nations deal with idols, they'll still acknowledge our God. But sadly for them, they usually only do it when he demonstrates his power. But before that, they're running off to their idols. Even someone like Pharaoh had to be humble before he said, "Damn, you know what? The God of the Hebrews is the God." Or like King Nebuchadnezzar, same thing. The God of the Hebrews, he's the real one. But even after that power is demonstrated through certain of our prophets, they'll go right back to going after their false gods. But yeah, this links with the 1 Kings chapter 10, 6-9. Going to the same history. But then also can read Psalms 72. Psalms chapter 72. This whole psalm being a really good psalm where it's a psalm written for Solomon. You read above at the top. But I'm just going to read verses 18 and 19 for what we're talking about here. Psalms chapter 72 and verse 18. It says, "Blessed be Yahweh power, the power of Israel, who only doeth wondrous things." It says in verse 19, "And blessed be his glorious name forever, and let the whole earth be filled with his glory." Amen, amen, or so be it, right? Could you read above in this chapter? It's going into. We'll come back here again, but when you go into this chapter, it's pretty much talking about how all the folks should receive Solomon, who's going to be the next ruler after David, right? Because you read in verse 20, it says, "The prayers of David, the son of Jesse, are ended." So you'll have prayers of David to come after this, but from the 1st to the 72nd, those tend to focus on, or those tend to be an arrangement of David's Psalms in particular. But 73 going forward to the next section of Psalms pulls from other authors inspired by the Most High, inspired by his Spirit. But that's why you'll see it says the prayers of David, son of Jesse, are ended. So this is a psalm he wrote pretty much for Solomon, right? That could be sung. That could pretty much call forth for God's blessing, God's hand to be with him, and how the other nations should treat him as he comes into power. And we see this happening with the Queen of Sheba, for example. But hold Psalm 72, because when you read on in 2 Chronicles 9, I'm going to read on where it says, 2 Chronicles chapter 9, verse 9, it says, "And she," referring to Queen of Sheba, "gave the king 120 talents of gold, and of spices great abundance, and precious stones. Neither was there any such spice as the Queen of Sheba gave King Solomon," right? So she gave him these different gifts, right? As did other nations when they came to acknowledge us, right? They gave us gifts, and this is something that the Most High said would be a part of anytime we take on righteous rulership. the Most High would have the nations bring their riches and their glory unto us to show forth our praise as his chosen, right? So we see this happening here during this time. We see it's going to be happening again when Christ establishes his rulership when he makes his second coming. Also, the nation is going to be bringing their riches to us again. It says in verse 10, and the servants also of Hiram and the servants of Solomon, which brought gold from Ophir, brought algum trees and precious stones, right? So from Hiram, king of Tyre, we read about in our previous chapters, he's bringing his resources as well, as are these other rulers, to once again acknowledge Solomon, to acknowledge the Most High as he's dealing with Solomon as our chief ruler and all the wisdom and knowledge that he embodies as far as his administration. So all their top resources, their top exports, bringing them in to do trade. But now, even with that, we don't do that. We don't just take the resource and don't give anything in return. We actually would do trade with them. That's the whole point of trade. It's not just a one-way thing. But the fact that we did so well with our trade, we will see the nations come and try to bring even more things in abundance, just to show their thanks and appreciation as just by the way we rule ourselves, we make their lives better. Because like the scripture says, we read this before in previous services, it says when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice, but it says when the wicked bear rule, the people mourn. You see? So our people rejoice, but even the other nations rejoice when the righteous are in authority. Solomon being a chief example of that. So just making a reference to Proverbs 29 in verse 2. So you can link that with 9 and 10, Proverbs 29 and verse 2, just as a reference. Reading on to 2 Chronicles 9, it says in verse 11, and the king made of the algum trees terraces to the house of the Lord and to the king's palace, and harps and psalteries for singers. And there was none such seen before in the land of Judah. It says in verse 12, and King Solomon gave to the queen of Sheba all her desire, whatsoever she asked, beside that which she had brought unto the king. Right? So a magnanimous exchange of gifts, of resources, of different treasures, one to another, right? As the Cushites, they had wealth too, right? But when it came to Solomon, like I said, it was on a totally different level, right? It says, so she turned and went away to her own land, she and her servants. So like we touched on when we began the service, no evidence here and no evidence in Kings of them coming together, right? And, oh, this is Makeda. They had a son, Menelik, and he had descendants that came after him, right? We don't see any evidence of that in the scriptures, and we'll see that too. We get into the next chapter, which parallels with 1 Kings 11, that while Solomon did take many wives, you don't see the tribe or the family that she came out of Cush in that list. So more evidence to show us we have to question this supposed story of Solomon having a descendant with a particular line of Cush that's now in the earth now.
Yeah, leave that to Benjamin and the Rastafari, right?
Right, you heard it on the way here, right? Mm-hmm. I was talking about that earlier. So to link with 9 through 12, you can link 1 Kings 10, verses 10 to 13. And then I'm going to go back to Psalm 72 again. This time I'm going to read verse 10, and I'm going to jump down to verse 15. Psalm 72 in verse 10, it reads, the kings of Tarshish, which today is referred to as Spain, or beforehand the Iberian Peninsula. Tarshish was the first name it had when those children of Japheth spread out and went that way, because they were the first inhabitants of that region after the flood. It says, oh, where am I at? Here we go. The kings of Tarshish and the isles shall bring presents. It says the kings of Sheba and Seba shall offer gifts. You jump down to 15, it says, and he shall live, the he referring to Solomon, and to him shall be given of the gold of Sheba. Prayer also shall be made for him continually, and daily shall he be praised. See that? These are the things that are going to happen for Solomon, as this Psalm 72 is a prayer for Solomon, right? But we see this happening right here as you read the history in Second Chronicles, right? And throughout for that link, Elder, in the chat, you linked. I linked for First Kings 10 to 13, but you could also add First Kings 5 and 10, going into the resources that Hiram, same person, just spelled with a different letter. But First Kings 5 and 10, talking about those things that they had in their land when it came to their resources, their power, right? So that was First Kings 5 and 10. Throughout it for that, I'm gonna link that with our scriptures too. So let's go on. Oh, I know we talked about it earlier on. Now I'll mention again. We look at Kush, where they spread out at. Even they might have different countries with different names. All those countries on the Horn of Africa, all being descendants of Kush. Even though they may go by newer names like Ethiopia or Djibouti or Somalia or Eritrea, et cetera, et cetera. Their empire even expanded up into the Middle East at a certain point. We go into the peak of their rulership. We go later on during the time of, like, say, Babylon, for example. Or before that, when you had Nimrod that was in rule, which was, before this time period of when Solomon was reigning. But it says that their empire even spread into the Arabian Peninsula. Once again, we call it the Arabian Peninsula after Arab, another title given to a nation, Ishmael. But their empire extended into the Arabian Peninsula, especially in the southern region, as they had many trade ports set up there, today being referred to as Yemen and Oman. If you look on the map at the Arabian Peninsula at the bottom there, that was a part of their rulership also. When you go into Sheba.
Sheba or Sheba?
It's two different places, but referring to those same people. You look it up in the original language.
Sheba and Sheba, same place?
No, two different names, two different lineages. We read Genesis chapter 10, 6 and 7, where you see those two names are both mentioned. But that was linking up when we started with verse 9 of chapter 9, verse 1. I saw you on the chat, that's why I thought you were watching on the way here. So reading on in Second Chronicles chapter 9, and verse 13, it reads, now the weight of gold that came to Solomon in 1 year was 636 talents of gold. So that number, of course, catching people's eyes. Whoa. But it mentions just in 1 year, not saying it's only gold, but it just says in 1 year he had received this much, right? 666 talents of gold, right? It says in verse 14, beside that which chapmen and merchants brought, and all the kings of Arabia, right, and governors of the country brought gold and silver to Solomon, right? Like we said, when the righteous were in authority, the people rejoice. When the wicked bear rule, the people mourn. And when the righteous are in authority, the nations bring gifts. They bring tribute, right, to show their love and their appreciation, right? Now, for us, like I said, it's different because we're dealing with the Most High in this case.
Whereas other nations usually did it because people had fear of them or fear of the harm they might cause them. So they say, "Oh, let me go and get them a gift or tribute, lest they send their army into my land and just decimate me." Whereas when it came to our rules of war, when you read back in Deuteronomy, we proclaimed peace into a city first and said, "Look, just acknowledge us as God's people, as rulers, and just pay us tribute. And we want to come in your country or fight you or what have you. But if they resist and they talk back and they say, man, the hell with you guys, the hell with your God too, then we will go to war." Whereas the other nations, when they came into power, they wouldn't always abide by that. They would just go and just clear out the place, right? Take you out, put somebody else in charge over your country, and then force their language, their way of life on top of you, right? So that you wouldn't remember your own way. So ruling is one thing, but how you go about ruling is another. And our laws speak to that and how that would take place. So in short, you can pretty much say our style of rule is, don't start none, there won't be none, right? If you acknowledge us as the Most High's chosen, acknowledge our authority that is bestowed upon us by the true and living God, then we can get along just fine, right? Hell, by you following us, you'll be blessed. You'll be blessed even more than you would going your own way. And some nations, on very few occasions, would acknowledge that, but oftentimes it was short-lived because the other nations, they love their idols too much, man. And they always run back to them, even after seeing how well their lives would be by following the true living God when we did it. So with verses 13 and 14 here in chapter 9, what I just read, just link up 1 Kings chapter 10, verses 14 and 15. Now, in 2 Chronicles 9 and 15, it says, once again, 2 Chronicles 9 and 15, I just linked 1 Kings 10, 14 and 15 with 2 Chronicles 9, 13 and 14. 2 Chronicles 9 and 15, it reads, and King Solomon made 200 targets of beaten gold, 600 shekels of beaten gold went to one target. And it says, in 300 shields made he of beaten gold, 300 shekels of gold went to one shield. And the king put them in the house of the forest of Lebanon, right? So just showing how he took those precious metals that he had and made different materials with them, right? Like bucklers, shields, targets, etc. But just showing how he had so much when it came to precious metals, right? And other resources. They could take these and make these different things, these different items and other ornaments with them. You can link this chapter 9, 15, and 16. Link it with 1 Kings chapter 10, verses 16 and 17. And I'll jump into the future real quick. An unfortunate situation is going to happen when we come a little bit later after Solomon's reign with his son Rehoboam. We'll get that next chapter. But we jump to 2 Chronicles 12 and 9. Like I said, I won't go into it complete, but we'll read into it more when we get there a couple weeks from now. But you can link 2 Chronicles chapter 12 in verse 9, where it says, so Shishak, king of Egypt, came up against Jerusalem and took away the treasures of the house of Yahweh and the treasures of the king's house. He took all. He carried away also the shields of gold which Solomon had made. What shields of gold that Solomon made? The same ones read about in chapter 9, verse 15 and 16. So we end up losing these shields to the Egyptians once they will be raised up by the Lord as a thorn in our side, right? As a scourge. You look in those Egyptian records, you'll see that they talked about the kingdoms of Israel, namely of Solomon and of Rehoboam. You go into their records. I think instead of Shishak, they'll spell it Shoshenk, which referring to that same Pharaoh, right? Because I suppose when to say, oh, the Bible's just a fairy tale, you know? But no, you can go to other primary sources of other peoples, look on their walls, look on their writings, look into their chronicles. You'll see the same rulers being made mention and the things they did, how they'll parallel what's in our chronicles. But yeah, if you look up Shoshenk, you'll see that same history reflected there with this Shishak. It's just spelled a little differently here from the language it was translated from. But back to 2 Chronicles 9, like I said, we'll get there eventually, but not today. So back in 2 Chronicles 9, now I'm in verse 17. 2 Chronicles 9 and 17, it reads, moreover, the king made a great throne of ivory and overlaid it with pure gold. So ivory overlaid with pure gold. And there were 6 steps to the throne with a footstool of gold, which were fastened to the throne, and stays on each side of the sitting place, and 2 lines standing by the stays. Check that out. So just imagine this throne, ivory, they were pure gold, the seat, you get the 2 lions sitting on both sides. I know Kahan brought these decorations here that we have for our podium here at the school. Man, it's like a figurine of like a lion on like a podium. But now I've seen this too. I think it's called the Church of God. I think it's the Christian so-called Christian denomination. But you drive past them. I think there's seen 1 or 2 here in Philly. But I think it's called House of God. I forget the name of the denomination. But you look at the front of their churches, they always have the 2 lions out front, like 2 statues of a lion out front before you go into their church. I have to look that up. I didn't even think about it until now, but I looked it up later. Maybe share with you guys what I find later when we revisit Chronicles. But it made me think of that after reading this. I wouldn't be surprised they didn't get that from what we're reading here. So it says 2 lines standing by the stays. Then it says in 19, and 12 lines stood there on the one side and on the other upon the 6 steps. There was not the like made in any kingdom. See that? So they had the 2 lines where he was sitting, but then he had the 12 lines on the 6 steps. So like lines faced each other, but on the steps as you go up, right? So very ornate, very beautiful decoration. And once again, we see the line here being symbolizing Israel, symbolizing Judah's rulership, the lion being the animal representative of their tribe in particular. But not just them solely, but we know they were known as a lion. But we see others being likened to a lion as well in other situations. Like Dan, the tribe of Dan was likened to a lion as well. Judas Maccabeus, we read about him not too long ago during dedication, being likened to a lion, etc., etc. But we see here when it comes to the line of David, continuing with Solomon, the lines are fitting, right, to have on that throne. So we can only imagine what this actually looked like, right? We know we have different drawings and depictions that probably try to attempt to reflect this, but they probably more than likely will fall short to how it actually looked. But these are probably things we can ask Christ about, or be shown a vision, or maybe even be shown when we go to get our resource from the nation. Some of these things might still be intact, being held by Esau or other nations. We can go and get it. Oh, wow, this was the original one that we had set up. It's still intact. But even if we can or can't, the new things we'll build in the kingdom will just, more than cover for all the things we've lost over the ages. And with chapter 9, verses 17 to 19, we could just link 1 Kings chapter 10, 18 down to 20. 1 Kings chapter 10, verse 18 to 20. Now we're in verse 20, 2 Chronicles 9 and 20. It reads, "And all the drinking vessels of King Solomon were of gold, and all the vessels of the house of the forest of Lebanon, right, were pure gold, none were of silver. It was not anything accounted of in the days of Solomon." So all of gold. So they had so much silver, they say we got to use the gold because we had so much silver in abundance, right? So I know we probably have seen this. I know in my grandma and grandpops, they had a silverware set that they had got, for special occasions, but they also had I remember had a goldware set. I remember just as a kid when I go to visit, I'd be like, wow, goldware. Like silverware is nice, you use to eat, but the goldware was like, don't touch that. You put that away. That only comes out, probably came out when we did the Wicked Holidays, right? Or we just didn't use it at all. This was kept in the case. I just was looking at it in the casement and just being like, wow, I think it was a gift or somebody gave them or something. But that goldware set was just looked at with such an adoration, like top notch, Like you cutting your food, you got the goldware, you're like, I don't even feel right even using the gold. This is too precious. I'm afraid I might, break it or something. It's like, no, it won't break. But yeah, just imagine the gold. I can think of a pop culture example would be like, remember with the Coming to America movie with Eddie Murphy and Arsenio Hall that came out, and they came to America, and they had their suitcase robbed. You see, the people on the street, they took their stuff and was reselling it. They showed that part of the one guy opened up his coat. He had a bunch of toothbrushes, all these different types of goldware on the inside of his coat, selling it. And Eddie Murphy's character was just like, "Oh no, it's fine. We have plenty. Let them enjoy our precious things that they stole." Because this whole idea was to, to be a poor man in search for his bride and queens, right? To not lead with his resources, but just to come as a common goat herder, right? So that's kind of part of taking on that persona of just a humble man, from the continent, right? Yeah, and all those gold, all the different things all different tools, utensils they had were all made of gold. So it's like kind of a mental image you can think about when it comes to having goldware, Even the silverware that most of us have isn't even real silver, right? It just looks silver. But even silverware is fancy. But now beyond the silverware, you have the goldware. I can't emphasize that enough. Right?
Even back in the day, early, long time ago, people used to like buying gold or selling gold, and they would get the gold and bite it.
Mm-hmm.
They said, "Oh yeah, it's soft."
Come.
Breaking that it's gold. Gold, pure gold is soft.
And Olympic athletes, they go into that tradition, right, where they get the gold medal. They'll usually take pictures, and they'll do the same thing now. They'll take a picture,
Yeah.
when they get the gold medal. So they keep that tradition going. So so 17 and 18, 1 Kings 18, 1 Kings chapter 10, 18 to 20. I'll link up with verses 17 to 19 about the ivory throne overlaid with pure gold, but then flanked by the 12 lions. Right. So now, reading on to verse 20. Oh, no, I read this already. Sorry. To link with verse 20 and 21. That's what I meant to link. To link with verse 20 down to 22. I'm not going to read Kings all the time, just a couple times now and then, but you just have them in your records because we'd be here super long if we read it both in 1 Kings 10 and here. But I'll read some of those when we get a little later on in the service. But 1 Kings chapter 10, verses 21 and 22. To link with verse 20 down to 22. So let me read 20 again. I'll read that at 22. It says, and all the drinking vessels of King Solomon were of gold, and all the vessels of the house of the forest of Lebanon were of pure gold, none were of silver. It was not anything accounted of in the days of Solomon. For the king's ships went to Tarshish with the servants of Hiram, that's the same as Hiram. Every 3 years, once came the ships of Tarshish, bringing gold and silver, ivory, which are made from the elephant tusks, right? You're going to tell ivory is made. We know with Esau, he went overboard and hunted them to extinction, right? As he explored the continent, as they say. In many places, the elephants remained, but they went extinct in certain places. Kind of when they hunted the bison here in North America. But it says, and apes and peacocks. So different animals, different exotic animals, different parts of the world, right? Even from Tarshish, which, like I said, today is known as Spain, but back then its oldest name was Tarshish, as Japheth were the first people that were there before we got there later on, and then Esau rose back up in the power after the Dark Ages to take it back over. But we did this trade with that region over there, with the things that they had back and forth. It says in verse 22, and King Solomon passed all the kings of the earth in riches and wisdom, right? So remember this verse, right? With 9 and 22. We read this in 1 Kings chapter 4, remember? I referenced it a little earlier too. But 1 Kings chapter 4. Verses 29 all the way to the end, which is 34, where it talks about all the riches, both physical and spiritual, that Solomon had, right? 1 Kings 4 and 29, it says, and power gave Solomon wisdom and understanding exceeding much, and largest of heart, even as the sand that is on the seashore. Like I was saying, try to count, say every pebble on the beach was an idea or a thought or a concept. And picture a whole beach. Try to count all those pebbles. You just can't do it. Same as trying to count all the stars that be in heaven. You can't do it. It's just too many. Verse 30, in Solomon's wisdom excelled the wisdom of all the children of the East Country and all the wisdom of Egypt, right? Because even today, in 2026, so-called, right, they'll go back to, ancient Chinese wisdom, right? Or the wisdom of the East, right? China being a major country, but yet other families there, like the Japanese, etc. But they'll go into all different innovations, things they came up with, proverbs that come from the Far East. But if you go back into history, it's saying that Solomon's wisdom even excelled them. Then it says in all the wisdom of Egypt, which we see people pride themselves, even our people in ignorance, pride ourselves off of, yes, Egypt glory was our glory, but like, no, Egypt had their foot on your neck. You made them rich. But they didn't give you the credit. They were trying to squash you. They were trying to squeeze you, drip dry you of your resource. That wasn't us. That was Mizraim, people that had us in captivity for our time when we were in Egypt, right? But we see the other nations, especially Esau, romanticize about Egypt and their glory. They even set up their secret societies and their brotherhoods based on Egypt and the mystery religions that they practiced back then. You do a little digging, do a little research into their modern day mystery religions like Freemasons and Rosicrucians, and, the Templars, et cetera, et cetera. They always go back to Egypt and try to study how the Egyptians did things, and how they, how they understood the natural world, even the supernatural world, how to control those elements. So Solomon's wisdom excelled even that. It says in verse 31, for he was wiser than all the men, even Ethan the Ezraite, and Heman and Calcol, and Darda, the sons of Mahol. So these men had a name even though in Solomon's time, but it says that his wisdom even outshined them. So I'm sure there's probably some history we could probably dig up. Maybe we'll find out more about these men. But these men were wise too, even during Solomon's time, right? It might have been certain folks that Solomon might have had broken bread with. They might have had different discussions, different debates about certain things, or he might have even tasked them with handling certain matters in his kingdom, right? But these were also wise men during the time of Solomon. That's the beautiful thing about righteous rulership, because it's going to encourage other people to go into their skills, their talents, develop them, become even wiser, become even more capable, right? Even more competent. So we had that during Solomon's time, right? It was a popular thing to be wise, you see? Just like during times of wicked rulership, now to become a fool, to become a criminal, to become, cutthroat, those things become powerful when you see the cutthroat criminals taking the stage. Now it encourages others that are up and coming to be the same way. So it works for bad the same way it works for good. It says, and his fame was in all nations round about. It says in verse 32, he spake 3,000 proverbs, and his songs were 1,005. Right? So that's another one we read and we say, oh man, we got the book of Proverbs, we got, but were there more? We have the ones that the Hezekiah's men copied out, but where are the rest of them? Oh man. So these are things we can just say, you know what? Like we said earlier in the class, we referenced Revelations 2 and 25. Hold fast that which still has to come. Focus on the water in the glass. We have just enough to work on right here. We haven't fully even come to what this is saying when it comes to the wisdom, the knowledge, the prophecy. So focus on the scriptures first and foremost, right? You can spend time looking for maybe certain books that are missing, but don't set your heart on it. It's not going to be the key for our salvation. We can go into those things more when we get into the kingdom, when we're on the other side of Christ's second coming. We can ask about what these proverbs were. It may be something that's already in us at that point once the law is written in our inward parts. We may come to know what those things actually are. Or if not, be shown those things as we learn more in the kingdom. Because even the law written in our inward part is just the baseline for God's wisdom. There's still going to be more depths of knowledge to gain, even in the kingdom going forward, which is probably hard to really, understand how that works. But yeah, we'll experience that in the kingdom. Reading on, it says, verse 33, and he spake of trees, from the cedar tree that is in Lebanon, even unto the hyssop that springeth out of the wall. And hyssop's important when it comes to our ritual, when it comes to the law pertaining to cleansing after a dead body, right? He spaketh also of beasts and of fowl and of creeping things and of fishes. So the Most High gave him knowledge of all different types of flora and fauna, right? Or plants and animals. It says in verse 34, and there came of all people to hear the wisdom of Solomon, from all kings of the earth, which had heard of his wisdom. And we're reading about Queen of Sheba in particular, coming to hear of his wisdom right now in 2 Chronicles 9, right? So that was 1 Kings chapter 4, 29 to 34, to link with 2 Chronicles 9 and 22. But let's continue on. In verse 23, it says, and all the kings of the earth sought the presence of Solomon to hear his wisdom that God had put in his heart. And they brought every man his present, vessels of silver, vessels of gold, and raiment, harness, and spices, horses, and mules, a rate year by year. So every year they had a certain portion or a certain track that they brought, a train that they brought to give unto Solomon, right? So all types of things of physical value being provided to Solomon, but could they ever equate to the spiritual value that Solomon provided in the earth when it came to his wisdom and knowledge, right? As much as you could give to Solomon for physical riches, they still be pale in comparison to the spiritual value that he gave to the whole world, namely to Israel, but to the whole world. When the nations that came to visit him took what he said to heart and then put what he gave them as far as wisdom, put it to use in their own kingdoms, right? Mm-hmm. Yo, wait.
All right, I just want to read Isaiah 39 and 1. And at that time, Merodach Adon, the son of Adon, king of Babylon, sent letters and a present to Hezekiah, for he had heard that he had been sick and was recovered. And verse 2, and Hezekiah was glad of them and showed them the house of his precious things, the silver and the gold and the spices and the precious ointment, and all the house of his armor, and all that was found in his treasure. There was nothing in his house, nor in all his dominion, that Hezekiah showed them not. So all that King Hezekiah had, he showed them everything, all his riches, what he has.
Okay, so we're seeing the beginnings of that, right? Or the a portion of those beginnings happening right here, right, during Solomon's time.
Yeah.
Him accumulating these riches from these other nations, in many cases being given from them to him as a gift. As far as his ancestor Solomon, you stopped at what verse in Isaiah 39?
Yeah, let me read verse 3 also. Then came Isaiah the prophet unto King Hezekiah, and said unto him, What said these men? And from whence came they unto thee? And Hezekiah said, They are come from a far country unto me, even from Babylon. Then said he, What have they seen in thine house? And Hezekiah answered, All that is in mine house have they seen. There is nothing among my treasures that I have not showed them. Then said Isaiah to Hezekiah, Hear the word of the Lord unto the house. Hear the word of the Lord of hosts. Behold, the days come that all that is in thine house, and that which thy fathers have laid up in store until this day, shall be carried to Babylon, and nothing shall be left, said the Lord. So all that, he just showed them everything. They're going to go all to Babylon. They're going to take everything.
So going to the future, right? Like we read in Proverbs 25, as far as the Hezekiah's men copying out Solomon's wisdom. See, everything is a line as far as continuity, right? But it also shows us too that when it comes to God's wisdom and God's righteousness, as long as you are following the Most High's laws, statutes, and commandments, it's not even an unrighteous thing or a wicked thing, because we're so used to being in the world and have to worry about theft and being stolen from, things like that. Where you might say, "Oh, you should have shown that stuff," but we dwell peacefully when we got the Most High's law and are keeping it. So had it not been for our transgression from our kings on down, those that came after Hezekiah, that wouldn't have happened. But Isaiah, knowing the prophecy, he knew that the kings that came after Hezekiah wouldn't be righteous like him. And then that will lead to what? Like you mentioned, the temple being overthrown, all the things being plundered. Whereas here we see the temple being fortified, being a supply of resources, right? Being given resources in abundance from the other nations because of Solomon's wisdom, him doing what he's supposed to do, him doing and upholding the commandments and the laws, right? So you gain and you lose. You gain by keeping the Most High's laws. You lose by breaking God's laws. That's the simple truth of it. So reading on in verse 25. Oh, you read the whole verse in Isaiah 39. What was the last verse number? As you get that, you can also link First Kings chapter 10. You can link, one second, you can link 10, 23 to 25. First Kings 10, 23 to 25 is what links with the Second Chronicles 9, we just read 22 to down to 24. What was that verse now?
No, I read Isaiah 39 from 1 to 6.
6, thank you. All right, Isaiah 39, 1 to 6. There we go. So now in verse 25, back in 2 Chronicles 9, now in verse 25, it says, and Solomon had 4,000 stalls for horses and chariots and 12,000 horsemen, whom he bestowed in the chariot cities and with the king at Jerusalem, right? So had a fleet, if you will, of horses, right? Like I said, it's kind of like parallel to now. It's like having or owning a fleet of cars, like a fleet of boats or a fleet of ships, right? Or different armaments for like fighting or warfare, right? And for transportation, we had Solomon at that the equivalent of that during those times, right? As having horses and chariots was a big deal physically or carnally when it came to doing logistics, doing inventory. When it comes to, okay, I want to use these things for trade, use these things for battle, for warfare. I have all these means to trade, to convey and to transfer goods and services back and forth. So it's going once again into Solomon's wealth on a physical level as far as the things he had. So 4,000 stalls for horses, and it says, as you read from the Euphrates all the way to the border of Egypt, and you read in verse 26. But to link with what we're reading here, this is for verse 25 down to 28. You could link 1 Kings chapter 10, 26 to 28. And then, and I read 1 Kings 4 already, but 1 Kings 4 again, but let's go up. 1 Kings chapter 4. And this time, 21. And then I'll read verse 26 also. So 1 Kings, not only 1 Kings 10, 26 to 28, also chapter 4, 21, and also verse 26. So 1 Kings 4 and 21, it says, and Solomon reigned over all kingdoms from the river unto the land of the Philistines and unto the border of Egypt. They brought presents and served Solomon all the days of his life. Jumping down to verse 26, and Solomon had 40,000 stalls of horses for his chariots and 12,000 horsemen. And then we could parallel this also too, or just be reminded of that law, right? Where unfortunately we see Solomon, by not observing this, it led to exactly what the Most High predicted, which is in Deuteronomy chapter 17. When you go into the laws pertaining to a king, in Deuteronomy 17, in verse 14, it reads, Deuteronomy 17 and 14, when thou art come into the land which Yahweh thy power giveth thee, and shall possess it, and shall dwell therein, and shalt say, I will set a king over me like as all the nations that are about me. And that goes back to 1 Samuel chapter 8, right? We first had the line of kings set up, starting off with King Saul. Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose, one from among thy brethren, right? So always use this law to show, this whole system of electing a president here in his captivity is not this, right? It's not who the Most High is choosing as far as like going about it for righteousness' sake. The Most High is the one who allows kings to rise and fall, but it's not us going to the Most High and saying, the Most High, choose a king for us. This is the Most High himself putting kings over us for punishment's sake, because when we were in the land, when we had the dominion, we didn't go about it right. So the Most High is choosing a ruler over us, but for our wickedness, and it's of another nation, to show that we don't have power anymore over ourselves. Because if we did, we'd be able to do this. It says, one from among thy brethren shalt thou set king over thee. And even we have our own people in power here in Babylon the Great, oftentimes they've been compromised. They've been bought and paid for. They're sellouts, right? In most cases. And if they're not, if they actually are sincere and care about the people, they're gonna have a short shelf life. They probably won't have they probably won't be able to achieve a re-election. Esau, with his resources and his companies, they'll make sure that they'll let you in for one term and then that'll be it. If they don't try to sabotage you beforehand or blackmail you or take out your name by getting you caught up in a scandal. Let me just finish this real quick.
Oh, okay.
And then you read what you got. It says, thou shalt mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother, right? But here's the part that we're reading about here with Solomon. But he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt, to the end that he should multiply horses, for as much as the Lord hath said unto you, ye shall henceforth return no more that way, right? So with the multiplying of horses giving us means to travel back and forth, right? While we can physically have those things, but that wealth can become a temptation, and that we would physically and then even spiritually, which we see our people done, even the spiritual part of this, go back to Egypt by trusting in Egypt. You read Isaiah earlier. Isaiah has a whole chapter going into that as far as, how Egypt has fallen, and for our people to not trust in Egypt like we've done time and time again. And we've even reintroduced now in these modern times.
Yeah, as for a king from among our brethren, yeah, I just want to read this one part. John 19:15. But they cried out, away with him, crucify him. Pilate said unto them, shall I crucify your king? The chief priest answered, we have no king but Caesar.
That's a bad look right there. What was that verse again?
John 19:15.
That's a bad look right there.
Even Pilate said, you're king. And we know he is a king, but we choose Caesar instead. A stranger.
It just shows our ignorance, right? Yeah. And our wickedness, even in awareness.
Is it the chief priest?
Yeah. Is it that same chapter, or is it somewhere else where it's like where they say he said he's king of the Jews, and then Pilate was like, I wrote what I wrote. And he left it up there.
What I have written.
Right. Where it said INRI, you just see with the pictures of false Christ, they'll have the acronym INRI, which like stands for King of the Jews. You write it from the Latin. But yeah, he left it up there to say King of the Jews. Just to show, even though it was a horrible thing that was happening, just to show that the Most High was one that was in control. The Most High was one that was allowing it. He even had the heathen Romans to put up there, yeah, he's the King of the Jews, even though, like you said, our chief priest wanted to deny it.
Yeah, I just want to read the verse 21. Then said the chief priest of the Jews to Pilate, write not the King of the Jews, but that he said, I am the King of the Jews.
That's the part.
Verse 22, Pilate answered, what I have written, I have written.
So there you go.
Chief priest. They should know better, right?
From sellouts to sell-ins, right? They should all know better to acknowledge the true and living God and his son. Like I said, in ignorance and even in awareness, but then being rebellious against him. It's going to be bad either way. If you don't acknowledge our Lord and Savior. And then I'll read this one other verse in Deuteronomy 17. It's going to go into more when it talks about Solomon taking many wives and then many wives of different nations. It says, verse 17 here, neither shall he multiply wives to himself, that his heart turn not away. Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. So we look at the modern times, right? When it comes to men of the world, right, that compete with each other for resources, what they say, money. They say money, cars, women, man. That's heaven on earth. Money, cars, and women. So we see it right here too. But on the Most High is saying, look, while he can increase to temper those desires, because why the Most High knows what can happen, right? If he's not being guided by the laws of God, he can then think that those things make him king, that his chariots make him king, right? That his horses make him king, that his wives make him king, his gold and silver is what makes him king. But no, it's the Most High's grace that makes him king, right? And his willingness to follow the Most High's will that makes him king, and that keeps him king. But those other things take precedence over the Most High and his ways, his law. Then that king is on his way out. That goes for our people, so it goes for the nations. The Most High allow the nations to run amok in foolishness a little bit longer, then bring them down heavily. But with us, he won't let us get so far because he made us his people. He don't want us to get too carried away. He'll let us do it for a little while, but after that, he'll sweep us up, pull the rug from under us, and allow another nation come into power and take us into captivity. Yeah, the water for the St. John 19:15-21. I also read Deuteronomy 17 verses 14 to 17. Let's go back to Second Chronicles. Second Chronicles, chapter 9. I'm gonna read verse 26 again. Second Chronicles 9:26. It says, "And he reigned over all the kings from the river even to the land of the Philistines and to the border of Egypt." It says, "And the king made silver in Jerusalem as stones, and cedar trees made he as the sycamore trees that are in the low plains in abundance." So those things that were considered precious, we had those in abundance, right? Even the silver, hence him having goldware, right? It had to be precious, but the silver was easy to come by at these times, just like the cedar trees and the richness of that wood that he used to make the temples, those were increased as well. So it just shows how even those under King Hiram of Tyre, falling under and doing trade with Solomon, the Most High even blessed them to where even their cedars were increased, right? So it's a win-win for everybody when they serve our people, when they serve the righteous King of our people, right? This is what a kingdom will be like this, but just on the next level, right? Everybody will be able to bring what they can bring to the table, and they'll be able to bring what they bring to the table in abundance. Once we put the nations back in their proper place. But they'll have to experience this over time because they've been wicked for too long and going off the rails for too long. They'll have to remember what the benefit is of following God's righteousness in the kingdom. We'll have to show them. It's like we're showing ourselves now, us being called in this truth.
Yeah, even this the mention of cedar, the cedar of Lebanon, even the Lebanon flag, they have a cedar tree.
Oh, come.
Yeah, they have a cedar tree, a green cedar tree.
So let's
in their flag.
So the water for that. Let's pull that up. I'll share it with the people that are watching so that they can see it. Lebanon flag.
Yeah, let's see.
So for those of you can't see, the brother showed me a picture of the flag that Lebanon uses. I just did a quick Google image search, and then if I share with you guys, you can see it. See how they have the cedar tree in the middle of their flag. So the water for sharing that. Oh God, yeah. Lebanese American hybrid flag. Blech. Don't do that. Don't want to put anything that's pertaining to America on your stuff.
Lebanon.
They'll realize that when Isaiah 13 happens. They're gonna run back home. But the water for that.
Got that flag.
Okay, so now we're in verse 29 now. gave the link already, I think. Yeah. So 29 to the end, it says, now the rest of the acts of Solomon, the first and last, are they not written in the book of Nathan the prophet, and the prophecy of Ahijah the Shilonite, and the visions of El the seer against Jeroboam, the son of Nebat? So we're jumping ahead a little bit, jumping ahead into chapter 10, which we'll get that prophecy in 1 Kings 11 a little bit later, right? But these books being mentioned, that's what we said earlier, we can't emphasize Revelations 2 and 25 enough. If we go there again, and I keep referencing it, but like I said, the wisdom is focus on the water that's in the glass. Don't become so bent out of shape over the water that's not in the glass, right? This is the water in the glass. The water not in the glass is these other books that even the Bible itself will mention. Oh, is this not written in the book of Wars? Is this not written in the book of Jasher? Is this not written in the book of, we read here, Nathan? Is this not written in the book of, you even got people making books that they even never said they even had a book for, like Enoch, for example. You never see a book of Enoch mentioned in scriptures, even though Enoch the figure is mentioned. And when you read his story, it's very interesting, very mysterious. How did he live and not physically die? So it's only natural, because we know how the flesh works, for them to try to muster up books about these men and say, oh, the book of Enoch has what was missing, has what the Bible did not say. Read this book to find out the mystery behind Enoch. Right? So you go and chase at the other books and have your eyes like bugged out of your face like this. Get the doctrine eyes, as brothers have seen over the years. Right? Get the doctrine eyes, reading this book and that book. I got the book of Enoch. Oh, man, yeah. Listen.
Written by me.
The book of Enoch, and what Enoch did as far as not dying a natural man's death, being translated, what he did was very simple. He dealt with the laws, statutes, and commandments found right here in the Bible. Stay right here. See, the thing is when you get into the Bible, you get to build up a resistance, especially when the spirit comes on you. It's like going to the gym after not being there for years. Your first week or so going back to the gym, oh man, you're in pain, you're suffering, you're tuckered out. And most folks can't get past those pains to where they don't want to go into the law, meditate on the law the way they should to really come up on the level. So the least path of resistance is, let me go and get some other book that talks about Enoch. It's easy because it's easy for the flesh. But it's tough on your flesh to force it or to subdue it, to have it just deal with the commandments, deal with the scriptures, and have that be the main thing. Even dealing with other books, make sure and you have those books tied back to or support the prophecy of the scriptures, right? It's a discipline everybody can't come to. Well, I should say they can come to, but they won't come to, right? Because like I said, the path of least resistance is easy to read other books, but it's difficult to go into the Bible and stay in the Bible and to draw those things out. You got to be in the gym. You got to you got to have the right diet. You got to have your consistency, make sure you hit up the gym 2 or 3 times a week. Leave times for rest, obviously, right? Because you don't want to overdo it. But that's how you tap into the Bible, right? It's just like I said, use the metaphor of getting back into the gym. That's what you got to do for your spiritual body. Same thing. But like I said, folks get into the Bible. It's painful. It's like staring at the sun. They keep falling asleep. They can't read the Bible for more than 5 minutes without falling asleep. The Bible, the flesh resisting them. And they say, man, I can't do this. Or it's too hard to just deal with the God's commandments. Let me go and look somewhere else. And that's what happens. You go over there and you go over there too long and you forget why you went there to begin with, to link up prophecies in the scriptures. And now you're over here and now you're into this now. And people talk to you, oh man, he's in some other doctrine, some other belief. And it's even more tricky when you're in the Bible and you're dealing with a Bible-based doctrine, but actually not what the Bible's actually saying, right? That'll oftentimes be the first step as far as how the Most High will allow us to fall and use Satan as a tool to see if we'll overcome the temptation. So once again, Revelations 2 and 25, we can't emphasize this enough. It reads, red letters, our Lord and Savior speaking, but that which ye have already, hold fast till I come, right? So we've got this. This is enough. This is more than enough. In the kingdom, we'll be learning even more about what was already here. Like we said before, and I would like to use this. I like to use a mental image. Then we'll go to the next chapter. I always like to use this mental image. You have what 7 colors on a rainbow, but then by recombining those colors, you can give rise to infinite palettes, infinite paintings, right? All different types of paintings and portraits you can make with just those 7 colors. Same thing with music. You got 7 notes on an octave, right? Once you get to 8, you start over again. 12 on a chromatic scale, right? But now by recombining those notes, you can give rise to endless compositions, endless symphonies, right? But just using those same core notes. Now, when it comes to the scriptures, you've got a finite number of scriptures, just a little over 600 commandments, right? When we count them all individually. But by combining those commandments in different ways, right? Taking precept upon precept, here a little and there a little, combine this commandment with that commandment to deal with new situations that the scriptures don't necessarily speak to directly, but can be answered or addressed through what we already have. You can give rise to endless amounts of wisdom and knowledge, right? So that's the key, is to really meditate on those commandments, see how they play themselves out in the real world in your mind's eye, right? Try to engage with all your senses when you engage the scriptures and see how different commandments can be combined one with another. And you see that what these finite amount of laws can give rise to all types of wisdom and knowledge when you meditate on it long enough and you're sincere in trying to seek it out. And the Most High decides to open the spirit for you to see these things. Like we read in the beginning of the service in Proverbs 25, right? How the hearts of kings are supposed to be unsearchable, right? That's how a king is supposed to function, right? Where he's meditating on the commandments day and night. That was the last part we didn't read in Deuteronomy 17, but I'll go back to it briefly before we go to the next chapter. Let me just finish this up real quick. So that was Revelations 2 and 25. This is, let me read the last couple verses in 2 Chronicles 9. It says, and Solomon reigned in Jerusalem over all Israel 40 years. It says, and Solomon slept with his fathers, and he was buried in the city of David, his father, and Rehoboam, his son, reigned in his stead, right? So to link with 2 Chronicles 9:29 to 31, the last verse, you could link 1 Kings 11 and verses 42 and 43. 1 Kings 11, 42 and 43, where it talks about the length of his reign, right? Which then brings us down into the 10th century BC or the 900s BC. Close to around 930 when you go into the year, as far as 930 BC. The time of Solomon's reign. Because remember, David ruled during the end of the 11th century BC or around 1000 BC. And then from his reign going into Solomon's reign, that time period brings us from the 10,000 BC to the 900s BC when you go into the time period. As far as their lives, as well as the years of their reign. So now, before we start going downhill at this point, right? Because we're at the apex right now when it comes to our history and say, yes, it's our best moment as a people this time right here. Go back to Deuteronomy 17. Before I read from 14 to 17, but now if you read down, it goes into this. To echo what I referenced a second ago in Revelations 2 and 25. Deuteronomy 17 and verse 18. I'm going to read from 18 to 20. Deuteronomy chapter 17, verses 18 to 20. This is what the king should do, right? And any and every king. It says, and it shall be when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, he shall write him a copy of this law in a book out of that which is before the priests, the Levites. And it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear Yahweh his power, to keep all the words of this law and these statutes to do them. It says that his heart be not lifted up above his brethren, and that he turn not aside from the commandment to the right hand or to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children in the midst of Israel. See that? So the wisdom behind this instruction for the king. It's not only right his own version of that Genesis to Deuteronomy, but to do it by hand. Just showing the relevance of writing things down. As even the angels who are powerful and mighty, even they write things down in the third heaven, right? Because we see with our technology, we've shifted from writing to now typing, and then from typing to simply, voicing things. But even when it comes to people who study, anatomy, physiology, and neuroscience and how they connect, they even go into just the motor skills that are involved to write things down, how they connect to memory, and how they still remain relevant, right? You may have more advanced ways of recording information, but just that power of writing things down. We see that there in the infinite wisdom of the Most High when it comes to his instruction on how kings should function. Yeah, they should pretty much write them a copy of Genesis to Deuteronomy. We see Joshua do this when he takes authority. He does this himself too, just to follow that example, as he was our ruler after Moses, right? When you go in the book of Joshua. But like I said, definitely something to not take lightly as far as the law pertaining to the king, let alone any laws, but it's something that we could just meditate on and consider for our lives too. Or we may not be a king or a queen like Solomon or Sheba. We could take the wisdom that was given them to do and say, all right, let me not take lightly just writing or jotting things down or practice doing that on a daily basis, whatever I might be taking notes on. It's funny. People make jokes and they say, yeah, they say, what app do you use the most on your iPhone, on your Android? And the iPhone comes up, they say, oh yeah, I'm always on TikTok. I'm always on this. I'm always on that. But then you'll hear one that you may not suspect, which is, I'm always on my notes app. I'm on my notes app all the time, just jotting things down, come up with ideas, things like that, just showing, even though it's an electronic version of what we're talking about, just the whole idea of taking notes, writing things down, composing ideas, diagramming, things like that. These are timeless practices that we'll never grow out of. The advancement of the information age, the industrial age, can't replace that. All right, so that was Deuteronomy chapter 17. I read 18 down to 21, which is the end. But let's continue on now. 2 Chronicles 10 and verse 1. So 2 Chronicles 10 and 1. Also read First Kings 11, 42 to 43 to show the length of Solomon's reign. And now his son Rehoboam will be the next king in the line of David. But now this is 2 Chronicles 10 and 1 now, right? It says, before I read this, I read that in Deuteronomy 17, 14 to 17 about him taking many wives. And the law we read about as far as the king taking wives, that they don't turn his heart away from doing his work when it comes to serving the people of Israel. They don't give a specific number, but it's just saying, look, he mostly left that up to the ruler's discretion, to where if and when he does decide to take wives, don't just to go overboard with it, to where now all their demands are, which are rightful on their part to demand that of their husband, now begin to overshadow or to block out the responsibility he has as king. And then, God forbid, those wives, whether they be Israel or in the case of Solomon, strange women, lead him to now go and build these altars or build these idols into, a false god or a god that Solomon had no business building idols to, because they're not the reason why he's in power to begin with, right? They're not even the reason why the women that desired Solomon, that agreed to become his wives, right? Then they realizing that them asking to build their gods for their families where they come from is going to take that power away from him, the same power that attracted them to him in the first place. So it's like a self-defeating. It's a self-defeating action to grant them their petition. If anything, his wives of Israel and his strange wives, they should have acknowledged the true and living God and got under his program to say, yeah, we want to serve the true and living God because he's the reason why you become so rich and powerful and wise, right? Yeah, this is 1 Kings chapter 11. 1 Kings chapter 11, the whole section pretty much goes from 1 down to 8, where it talks about where Solomon fell in his latter years, unfortunately, and made this transgression. 1 Kings chapter 11, from verse 1 down to verse 8. And then we'll go back to 2 Chronicles, because I think 2 Chronicles jumps right into Rehoboam. But just we can read this here and also see the evidence what we talked about before, which was Queen of Sheba and her people not being in this list. 1 Kings 11 and 1, it says, but King Solomon loved many strange women, together with the daughter of Pharaoh. We read that some chapters ago. Women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Zidonians, and Hittites, of the nations concerning which Yahweh said unto the children of Israel, ye shall not go into them, neither shall they come in unto you, for sure they will turn away your heart after their gods. Solomon clave unto these in love. You see? So the Most High having that foresight to go, look, they may look nice, they may, act nice and be helpful and charming, this, that, and the third. But what people do they come from? And when it comes to their family, what gods do their family deal with? I know we were talking about that. We were talking about that, I think, last week or last Saturday, said before about Vice President Vance and how they were asking about, oh, what do you think? Because he's married to an Elamite. What do you think about your wife dealing with Hinduism, not dealing with Christianity? And he gave an answer which we could probably say somewhat aligns with 1 Corinthians 7. If she be pleased to dwell with you, right? But she doesn't believe, put her not away. That's from a righteous standpoint. But as far as his answer, he's like, yeah, I would love for her to want to believe on quote unquote Jesus like I do, right? But I want her to choose that for herself. But I would love for her to convert to my faith as well, right?
Yeah.
But her family, right? They're into what they're into, right? They're into, whatever the Hindu people are into. They got their Brahma, they got their Vishnu, they got their Shiva, right? They have their own rituals and rites and practices and things like that. So that's where her people come from, right? So that's what you deal with. You deal with a strange woman, right? Same thing, women dealing with a strange man. You're gonna deal with his strange gods, his strange customs and beliefs. Even it may be nice and oh, you're so wonderful, oh yes, and I love the way your hair is when you dance, and they're acknowledging the spirit that God put in us, but they still got the unclean spirits that they deal with from where they come from, and that's the thing you may not think about. You may think about it as an afterthought, but that's not something you can just turn a blind eye to, right? You guys get in close quarters and decide to come together, because now it's your family and their family, right? So even Solomon himself, right, is not like he's a bum, if you will, or like second fiddle, right? He's the top man on the planet. But even him, in the case he can make for the true living God, was enough for him to say, look, all you guys all of you deal with the true and living God, because he's the reason why I'm the most powerful man in the earth. It's all because of him. It's all because of his laws. You guys give offerings and tribute to my gods or to my God, the true and living God. Even for him, he fell away. So very cautionary, very cautionary, very something very poignant to consider when it comes to, when we talk about interracial dating, how they promote it out there so much in different, books, different cartoons, different TV shows, different movies, and what comes with it. It says, verse 3, and he had 700 wives, princesses, and 300 concubines, and his wives turned away his heart. For it came to pass, when Solomon was old, that his wives turned away his heart after other gods, and his heart was not perfect with Yahweh his God, as was the heart of David his father. For Solomon went after Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Zidonians, and after Milcom, the abomination of the Ammonites. And Solomon did evil in the sight of Yahweh, and went not fully after Yahweh, as did David his father. Then did Solomon build an high place for Chemosh, the abomination of Moab, in the hill that is before Jerusalem, and for Molech, the abomination of the children of Ammon. And likewise did he for all his strange wives, which burnt incense and sacrificed unto their gods. Right? So he chose this. As much as that they put the pressure on him, he could have said no, but he didn't. So we need to just be mindful of that. When you become one flesh with someone of other nation, this is what it can and will lead to. As strong as you may say to yourself, oh yeah, I want to stand my ground, this, that, and the third, just realize, while you may say that in your mind, the flesh is the flesh, you might get caught sleeping and say, oh, what's a little celebration of a holiday? What's a little celebration of a festival or a custom that her family's into? Let me join in with them, right? And then having you do something that breaks the law. Now, nothing wrong with partaking in your significant other's thing that they're into, as long as it's not having you break the commandments and just totally give up the spirit. But now it's going to be something that's clearly against God's commandments or God's law, right? Whatever you say and do something that's clearly against the scriptures, that's causing hurt as opposed to help, then yeah, you got to hit the brakes. And don't think that you're, better than Solomon, because even he, being in a key position and having the ability to do so, even he succumbed to this. So just keep that in mind. For your one or two strange folks you're talking to, and him dealing with tens and hundreds, and even he was taken away. So back in 2 Chronicles 10, let's read on in verse 1, but just wanted to touch on that real quick. So we're jumping right into Rehoboam. We're going to go back to 2 Kings, though, and read a couple sections, too, that deal with what happened here. So 2 Chronicles 10 and 1, it says, and Rehoboam went to Shechem, for to Shechem were all Israel come to make him king. Now you go into the history of Shechem, it's an interesting place because there's a lot of historical things that happen in that city. And there's a little context there where that region, they say it might have been like a hint at what was to come due to Solomon's transgression, in that it was kind of like a piece of the puzzle as to why there will eventually now be a split as far as the northern tribes that weren't with Judah and Benjamin, why they would separate from one another, them going to meet there in that city, at least according to some scholars. But if I go back to the Zonovan, I know earlier I went to the Zonovan and read Sheba on page 542. I go back there and read on Shechem, which is page 543. It says, when you look up Shechem, it says it means shoulder. It says ancestor of the Manassites, not that one. Son of Shemaiah, no. Gileadite, no. A city in the country of Ephraim near the southern border of Manasseh, 41 miles north of Jerusalem, at east end of pass between Mounts Ebal and Gerizim. one of the chief cities of Canaanites during most of the second millennium BC. That's before we took it over, right? At the time of Joshua. First place visited by Abraham, Genesis 12 and 6. Jacob bought ground there, Genesis 33, 18 through 20. That's when he reunited with Esau after years. Joseph was buried there, according to Joshua 24 and 23. Scene of Abimelech's abortive attempt to found a kingdom, Judges verse 9. Jeroboam the first established his first rural kingdom or residence there, and we're reading right now, this 1 Kings 12 and 25. Then also mentions that a site is Tel Balatha, just east of Nablus. Archaeologists have excavated the ruins. So they say being in Shechem was kind of to be a piece of the puzzle as far as the beginning of the split. This place having a special history when it comes to our nation, but especially when it comes to Jeroboam of the tribe of Ephraim, right? Being the strength of the Most High's head, and the Most High now using Jeroboam to start that first dynasty that will become the rulers in the north, or the northern kingdom to come. What you go into history, you read about him being one of Solomon's servants that fled from him in Solomon's latter years after he transgressed, and he went to Egypt. And you had two others that fled too for protection that became an enemy, became a thorn in Israel's side in Solomon's latter years. But you read in Kings, Most High made that promise to him, saying, look, because of David, thy father's sake, I'll have these enemies rise up, but they won't become a threat to you per se, but to your son after you. He's going to have to deal with this. And then the split is coming. And as like I said, there's a prophecy that was mentioned in the previous chapter, this Abijah, the son of Maacah. We're going to touch on that a little bit too when we get there. As far as the prophecy he's going to give concerning what's to befall Israel when it comes to this kingdom being split, north versus south. So 2 Chronicles 12 again, verse 1, it came to pass when Rehoboam had established the kingdom and had strengthened himself, he forsook the law of Yahweh and all Israel with him. It says, and it came to pass that in the 5th year of King Rehoboam, Shishak, king of Egypt, came up against Jerusalem because they had transgressed against Yahweh. So that was the same Shishak I was reading about earlier in 1 Kings 12, right? So you can link up 12, 1 and 2. I know we read 12 and 9 earlier, but just link up 1 Kings 12, 1 and 2 with verses 1 and 2 here of 2 Chronicles 10. So 2 Chronicles 10, 1 and 2. Oh, I jumped ahead. I'm so sorry. I was reading 2 Chronicles 12. I thought I was reading 1 Kings 12. My bad. So 2 Chronicles 10, 1 and 2. You can link with 1 Kings 12, 1 and 2. That's the link. I had them mixed up. I'm getting a little dizzy going back and forth between Kings and Chronicles. So let me read 2 Chronicles 10, 1 and 2 now. And Rehoboam went to Shechem, for to Shechem, where all Israel come to make him king. I read Zondervan, page 543, concerning a little history on Shechem, that city. Then it says, and it came to pass when Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who was in Egypt, whither he had fled from the presence of Solomon, the king, heard it, that Jeroboam returned out of Egypt. And they sent and called him. So Jeroboam and all Israel came and spake to Rehoboam, saying, so now, as far as him fleeing, right, we can get this as a link, right? Go to 1 Kings chapter 11. So 2 Chronicles chapter 10, verse 3 and 4. You could link it with 1 Kings 12, 3 and 4, but also 1 Kings chapter 11. Which 1 Kings chapter 11, we're going to go to verse 1 Kings chapter 11. And I guess since we're here, we'll just go through the whole story here. This is the part I wanted to read, even though it's going to kind of touch on a little bit more in Second Chronicles 10, a little further down. But let's just get the backstory real quick, and then we'll go back to Second Chronicles 10. So 1 Kings 11, right? You read above verse 26. It goes into the Most High raised up these two heathen rulers as like a thorn in Israel's side, right? There's one Hadad the Edomite who went to Egypt too. Ironically, Egypt was like a, I guess they had like a safe space or an embassy, if you will. But then also another adversary called Rezin, who came out of Syria or the Aramites. He was made a thorn or an adversary into Israel. But like I said, it wouldn't become fully manifested until Solomon's son Rehoboam would take the reign after him. But now let's read this section first that focuses on the Jeroboam, who was of our people, one of Solomon's princes. He represented the tribe of Ephraim.
What are you reading right now?
Verse 26 of 1 Kings 11.
Okay.
So it reads, Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, an Ephrathite of Zeradah, Solomon's servant, whose mother's name was Zeruiah, a widow woman, even he lifted up his hand against the king. Now it's going to go into the details behind it, because in 2 Chronicles 10, we kind of just jump right into it. But now it says in verse 27, and this was the cause they lifted up his hand against the king. Solomon built Millo and repaired the breaches of the city of David, his father. And the man Jeroboam was a mighty man of valor, and Solomon, seeing a young man seeing the young man that he was industrious, he made him ruler over all the charge of the house of Joseph, right? That's the tribe he came from. And it came to pass at that time when Jeroboam went out of Jerusalem that the prophet Ahijah, this is the same Ahijah that was mentioned in 2 Chronicles chapter 9 at the very end, right? As far as, him and Edo and Nathan the prophet, their writings, right? It says, the prophet Ahijah the Shilonite found him in the way, and he had clad himself with a new garment, and they two were alone in the field. So he had a nice garment on, kind of makes you think of his ancestor Joseph, right? Joseph with a coat of many colors, right? So Jared would have to be wearing something nice too, because something kind of goes in the family, right? Wearing nice clothes. It says, and Ahijah caught the new garment that was on him and rent it in 12 pieces.
What?
So,
yeah.
So we always talk about the prophets make symbolic gestures, which to the onlooker can appear to be insane. Why is he out here with nothing but his undergarments on, running around like Isaiah, or why is Hosea going and taking a wife of an adulteress but forgiving her, Like he married her, but then she goes and cheats, but then he, forgives her. Like, why is he doing this weird thing? But you reading the scriptures, you're like, oh, it's a symbolic gesture Most High has the prophets going through that reflects something on a higher level when it comes to Israel as a people. As you read that throughout the scriptures, the Most High the prophets say and do sometimes some odd things. But it's supposed to represent something deeper when he's talking about the relationship that the Most High has with us as a people.
And Ezekiel, why Ezekiel doing all these things, and he's laying on one side, he's building little things, and what is he doing,
We could probably have a class where we showcase the symbolic gestures of the prophets over the ages and kind of study those and study and reflect on them, how they pertain to our situation even to the day. Take a list of those, right? That could be a good class for during the week. But 1 Kings 11, I left off in in verse 31. It says, and he said to Jeroboam, take thee 10 pieces. So he took the garment and it ran it in 12 pieces. And he says, take the 10 pieces. For thus saith Yahweh, the power of Israel, behold, I will rend the kingdom out of the hand of Solomon, and will give thee 10 tribes to thee. But he shall have one tribe for my servant David's sake, which of course be Judah, and for Jerusalem's sake, the city which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel. So he's talking about Judah and then his pair, Benjamin, because we know Jerusalem was in or resided where Benjamin was, right? As far as their plot of land, we look on the ancient maps, right? It says,
I'm saying probably like, oh, I get 10 tribes. Wow, yeah.
right. If numbers count, right? As far as I got 10 tribes, I got more people, which means, more valuable, right?
And more wealth.
Mm-hmm. So it says, because they have forsaken me and have worshipped Ashtoreth, we just read that earlier on in the chapter, right? With Solomon. And have worshipped Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Zidonians, Chemosh, the god of the Moabites, and Milcom, the god of the children of Ammon.
You reading now?
Verse 33.
Oh, 33. Okay.
And have not walked in all my ways to do that which is right in mine eyes, and to keep my statutes and my judgments, as did David his father. Howbeit, I will not take the whole kingdom out of his hand, but I will make him prince all the days of his life for David my servant's sake, whom I chose, because he kept my commandments and my statutes. Right? So what happened during your days, but what happened during your son's days? Kind of what you think of we read about Ahab, right? When Ahab did wrong, but then he repented and fasted.
Wife Jezebel.
And he said, you know what, Ahab, for this I won't have evil fall upon you anymore for the rest of your days, but upon your son they shall fall. And we see his son was no good that ruled after him. And so it's like, okay, there we go. But the Most High already knew it. So he'll give the judgment before we say or do anything. And it'll always be perfect. But let me read on. It says, verse 35, but I will take the kingdom out of his son's hand, and will give it unto thee, even 10 tribes. And unto his son will I give one tribe, that David my servant may have a light always before me in Jerusalem. So show the Most High made that promise to David, even though he knew that his sons after him, most of them would fall or fail. He would still make that promise to David, because in the end, that promise will be upheld or fulfilled many generations later through our Lord and Savior, Jesus the Christ, right?
Yeah.
The city which I have chosen to put my name there. And I will take thee, he's talking to Jeroboam again, and thou shalt reign according to all that thy soul desireth, and shall be king over Israel. And it shall be, check this out. So Most High always gives everybody an opportunity, right? Even Jeroboam. It shall be, if thou wilt hearken unto all that I command thee, and wilt walk in my ways, and do that which is right in my sight, to keep my statutes and my commandments, as David my servant did, that I will be with thee, and build thee a sure house, as I built for David, and I will give Israel unto thee. And I will for this afflict the seed of David, but not forever. Solomon sought, therefore, to kill Jeroboam, and Jeroboam arose and fled into Egypt, unto Shishak, king of Egypt, and was in Egypt until the death of Solomon. So now this is the
Egypt behind, right?
so this is the backstory behind.
How far is Egypt? Let me see. It can't be too far, right?
I can pull up. I'm gonna pull up the map anyway. Once we get further on in 2 Chronicles 10, so folks online can see too in the Bible Atlas. But I can pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up on the map so folks can visually see it. But the point is, and it's really unfortunate, right? That this was Solomon's response to go after Jeroboam at this point, because it wouldn't even have to been this. It wouldn't even have to gone this way. Had you just stayed true throughout the rest of your days, you know. But you see what it says here, that what he has to keep the Most High's commandments, like David did, and it says that what he'll build him a sure house, just like he did for David, because Jeroboam comes out of Ephraim. Remember, Ephraim is out of all the tribes, Ephraim, Manasseh, Ephraim, they had the birthright, right? So he was given an opportunity to have a kingdom that would align right with the birthright of Joseph anyway. But like anybody else, like everybody else, you have to stay the course. You have to walk in the righteousness of God, follow laws, statutes, and commandments. And as we're going to read as we go through Second Chronicles, we're going to see just how the Northern Kingdom did as a whole, and how his family was one that started, and then you had a situation with a guy named Omri, and then he began what they call the Amorite dynasty, leading up to Ahab, who was his son, and we'll see some of the drama that ensued there. But once again, we see the Most High is fair in that what? He says, look, you're my people by birthright. I'm going to give you the rule as Solomon dropped the ball here. But you had to do what he didn't do. You have to make sure you follow my righteousness, follow my laws, my statutes, my commandments. And we see he's going to do that, but then he's going to do other things too with that, where we read it and it's just like, oh no, Jeroboam. And the same thing for Rehoboam. When we read about Rehoboam, he's going to do certain things right. Other things he's going to do, we're going to be like, oh, come on, man. Both y'all need to sit down and be like, yo, we got to get right with God first. But
yeah,
history is 1 second.
Oh,
History is the good, the bad, the ugly is all there in the Bible when it comes to what our forefathers did, right? And we have it here to read for a record to meditate on, to say, how can we learn from these things? The good that they did and said, also the bad that they did and said, and reflect on it for now going forward.
yeah. So the nations are reading the Bible and see that we can't get it right. You know, we're like, well, what's going on? All this stuff and wealth and everything and power, and we're not getting it right. But I see from Israel to Egypt is about 325 miles. So it took them a while to reach there. A good distance, you know.
Where at in Egypt and where at in Israel?
I just said Tel Aviv, let's say. It's in Tel Aviv to Cairo.
So it's like going down part of the East Coast, a portion of the East Coast, maybe driving to like the equivalent of maybe three or four states, depending what state we talk about.
Yeah, Jerusalem to Cairo is about 266 miles. So it took them a while to get there because remember it's on horseback, you know.
Mm-hmm. So then what I'm going to share with you guys is just a map, the next map in our sequence that depicts the kingdoms splitting. So I'm going to share it with you guys now real quick. So let's see here. And I'll post a link in the chat too, so you guys can see. Are we sister, are we still frozen? I just saw your message says the screen is frozen. Just say kind of like oh, wait a minute.
What are you doing all of this?
What?
No, I said how you do all of this.
Just do it. It's like a map. You gotta know where to read. So in this document I'm sharing, it's this link. It's a pretty good atlas that's free access. If you guys, all you need internet connection to get to it. If you can't afford it. Okay, thank you, sis. Might be trying to close a lot of things. I have a couple tabs open. I might need to close. It might be cause me to slow down a little bit. This is the link as far as what I'm looking at right now. And if you go to chapter 10, which is on page 89 of this PDF that I'm sharing with you guys now, the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. Here is the kings of Israel and Judah, according to 1 Kings 12, which we're about to get into now. And what you can see here is they've got Israel pretty much marked out in green and Judah marked out in purple. So this is what we're going to get to once we get through Second Chronicles chapter 10. And as you can see here, they point out different cities where certain key events happened. And they have a meter right here that shows, like, if you want to draw the scale, okay, this whole meter here is 50 miles. You can kind of take that and then apply that between here in certain cities, and then draw it all the way over to Egypt, which is in the bottom right-hand corner of this map. It kind of cuts off a little bit. But you see the red lines represent the international roads that they have built between one another so they can get around. Purple being Judah in the south, right? Along with Benjamin's plot, because they included Jerusalem. But then all the green that's above that border represents where Israel's at. What was your question?
So he had to pass Judah area and I guess going the main roads over here and flee.
Well, it's with the research where he left, because he could have left from a city higher up too. He went should have crossed the sea. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know where he went. He went to the sea. If he went like strictly by land or by sea.
Oh. He had to run.
If you read this, the scriptures, it just says he fled there, but it doesn't say that he went by land or by sea or by both, or which one that he took.
But either way, it's a good distance.
And you have Edom in the south with Bozrah, and then Moab with Kir, Harosheth, and then we see the kingdom of Israel spreads eastward as far as Reuben, Reuben, Gad, and the half tribe of Manasseh on the east side of Jordan here on the right side. Mahanaim, and then Shechem. You see they got a pentagram there for Shechem in the middle. This was we read in the Zondervan Bible Dictionary, a key place. A lot of historical things happen there, so it's not ironic that they had that meeting in Shechem before they get sent packing. And that's what you were talking about before, y'all come, as far as the you could ask me about. Yeah, the guy that came up for taxes. We sent me that text about the guy came up to get them to pay taxes.
Oh yeah.
And they rounded him up and hung him. So we're gonna read about him too. But
they killed him.
yeah, this went down. This first meeting went down here in Shechem, which is in the middle. You see it some miles above where Judah's land. Judah's plot will eventually be established, where Judah and Benjamin is. Well, like I said, we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves. We haven't gotten to this point yet, but after the events of what we're reading in 2 Chronicles 10, that's where these lines are going to be drawn. But that was 1 Kings 11:26. I stopped it at verse 40 to get the backstory behind what we're reading in 2 Chronicles 10. Starting at verse 1. So that was 1 Kings 11:26. And I stopped at 40. Also, 1 Kings 12:3 and 4. This speaks directly to what's happening in 2 Chronicles 10:1 and 2.
What are you doing here? Oh. You imagine that the king was it? Shishka, king of Egypt.
Oh, Shishak?
Yeah, he was like, what are you doing here? Oh, I'm just here to, hide out a little bit.
I got in trouble with the king. Can I crash at your place for a little while? We got into a fight. Can I crash at your place?
Yeah, sure. Stay here.
Because now it's like, oh, can use him for maybe leverage, huh?
We have a guest.
So this is Second Chronicles 10. I'm gonna read 3 again. It says, "Then they sent and called him. So Jeroboam and all Israel came and spake to Rehoboam, saying," right? So once again, this is after Jeroboam came out of Egypt after Solomon passed, right? We just read in 1 Kings 11 that he was there until Solomon's death, right? So he sought to kill him after getting that prophecy from Ahijah, saying that he would be one to take over 10 of those tribes. It says, so they sent and called him. So Jeroboam and all Israel came and spake to Rehoboam, saying, thy father made our yoke grievous. Now therefore ease thou somewhat the grievous servitude of thy father and his heavy yoke that he put upon us, and we will serve thee. And he said unto them, come again unto me after 3 days. And the people departed, right? So they sit down and make a petition and say, look, you're the new king? Okay, no problem. But remember, well, we could look at the situation and go, oh my God, like I would have did it differently. I would have said this. I would have did this, right? Or yeah, that part I would have maybe said or did, but that part no. In the end, the prophecy that the Most High gave to that prophet Ahijah had to come to pass. It's just a matter of how is it going to come to pass. So it's kind of what we read about in that vision that Micaiah the prophet had about the third heaven, where the angels met and they said, who will cause Ahab to fall at Ramoth Gilead? And then they discuss among themselves how it's going to happen. So even though it's not describing that meeting or how that went down here, we know ultimately it's the will of the Father, the kingdom will split. But it had to happen this way to where they try to make a peace agreement, and then the responses to those agreements, which weren't too wise, we're going to find out, right? They were rather abrasive, to say the least, is going to lead to the Most High's will being fulfilled in the end, right? So in the end, you may say, why did he say that? Oh my God, why did he do that, right? It had to happen as far as this kingdom being split because it's the Most High's will. But then, like I said, how it manifests, that's where, they probably had a discussion in the third heaven to figure out, okay, here's how it's going to go. Here's how it's going to go down. Just like you had with Ahab falling Ramoth Gilead years later. That example we always use to show that the angels on God's right hand and left go back and forth between them all the time. They're not kicked out of heaven. They're not banished, right? They all serve the Most High's purpose, whether it be for the good or the bad of our people or the nations. But now this is.
Can I say something like?
1 second. Hold on. Going ahead. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, you got it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I was just realizing now, since Jeroboam came back, and he came into Rehoboam, so it's like the king of the northern tribes, right? And the rest of it, everybody came. But the kingdom is split right here. I guess they came back to Jerusalem, right?
Well, no, he just he got the prophecy, but no, it's still a United Kingdom at this point.
Oh, he's not king yet?
No,
Oh, okay.
but he was a chief amongst them during Solomon's reign. But he just been gone for some time, right? After fleeing from Solomon.
Yeah. Okay.
He was a mighty man of valor. That's what we read 1 Kings 11 to get the backstory. Remember?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But it didn't happen yet, though.
Okay.
So this is 1 Samuel 8, just to show the promise that the other nations had, or not the other nations, that the fulfillment, the duties, responsibilities, the demands that the king could make of the people when they asked for a king, going back to before we had our first king, when we still had judges, Samuel being the last judge that we had. But this goes back to 1 Samuel 8. So this goes into the burden that they're talking about that they had to bear, right? But this is 1 Samuel chapter 8. You can start from verse 10 and down to 18 is the whole section. So 1 Samuel 8, 10 to 18. It reads 1 Samuel 8 and 10. And Samuel told all the words of Yahweh to the people that asked of him a king. And he said, this will be the manner of the king that shall reign over you, right? Because it tells you above, they were like, oh, we want a king like the other nations have a king after they saw that Samuel's sons who were going to be next judges. They weren't good at all. They were wicked, doing off stuff, taking bribes, right? And they said, oh, we see your sons walk not in your way, Samuel. Make us a king and a judge, like unto all the nations. Which Samuel had a righteous, a righteous stance on. We don't need a king. We have the Most High as our king. But the Most High in his foreknowledge said, it's okay, Samuel, right? While you may be right, let them go through these motions because we have to learn this, unfortunately, the hard way. So it's pretty much like it shows the forbearance the Most High has for us in that he allowed us to not only have a king, but even allow us to have two kingdoms at once, to where even that, over many centuries would fizzle. But just to show that, as we're going to realize when we come back into the kingdom of Christ, damn, we really only need the Most High as king at the very end. So, imagine that, a lesson that's over millennia long that the Most High patiently allowed us to learn, right? Just so we can walk through it, so we can realize for ourselves, as opposed to, I said it and that's final. I'm not going to give you a chance to even experience what it's like to have a king. Most High in his patience said, okay, I'll give you what you asked for. But now here's what comes with that. It says, he will take your sons and appoint them for himself and his chariots and to be his horsemen, and some shall run before his chariots, and he will appoint him captains over thousands and captains over fifties, and will set them to ear his ground, to reap his harvest, and to make his instruments of war, instruments of his chariots. We just read about all the wealth that Solomon had, right? Now, he was one in charge, but that took man and woman power to make everything happen in his kingdom, all these different things. But this is the power that the king had. So, to be on top, it's going to take some work, but not just work, but it's going to take strategy to make all these things happen. So this is all part of the wisdom Solomon was given to build the nation. But we see, like I said, because of the sin, because of the transgression now, instead of his servants loving to serve him, now we have fallout with the heathen. We got fallout with one of his chief servants, which was Jeroboam, now being given a chance to be the new ruler of 12 of the tribes, but then given the opportunity to do it better than maybe what Solomon had done towards the end of his years. Like I said, being given the opportunity, but he had to do it though, as far as keep the God's commandments. It says, to make instruments of war and instruments of his chariots, he will take your daughters to be confectionaries and to be cooks and to be bakers. And he will take your fields and your vineyards and your olive yards, even the best of them, and give them to his servants. And he will take the tenth of your seed and of your vineyards and give to his officers and to his servants. So very similar to what we have with the Levite cities, where we give a tenth of what we earn to them. Now another tenth should be given to the king and his court now. So you thought 10%? Oh man, I gotta give them 10%. Now 20%. Now we got capital gains, right? It's a capital gains tax, right? 20%. Now 20%. 10 that's gonna go to the Levites. Now 10's gonna go to the king.
What?
So you want a king? It's gonna cost you, right? It's gonna cost you time-wise, resource-wise, right? Not just the things you have, but even your family. You might have to go and work for them, right? This is the rule. It says, and he will take your men servants and your maid servants and your goodliest young men and your asses and put them to his work. And he will take the tenth of your sheep, and ye shall be his servants. And ye shall cry out in that day because of your king, which he shall have chosen you, and Yahweh will not hear you in that day. So you see that foreknowledge? This is a long time. It's like decades before where we're at right now, right? It's back in before even David was king. This is before Samuel was king. I mean, before Saul was king. Moses said this was going to happen, but now we see it taking place almost a century, damn near a century later, with Solomon's son Rehoboam and his servant Jeroboam, with the people saying, "Oh, he's working so hard. Oh my goodness!" Da, da, da. But this is what a king's court requires, right? This is what it requires to have the king and his office be taken care of, right? But it's an issue once again because of the sin, right? That's why you have all these different upheavals happening with the with Hadad the Edomite, with Rezin the Syrian, and now with Jeroboam and those with him. So it's all connected. And the Most High, to show he's not a liar, he said what will happen. But now we have to go through it so that we can not just take the Most High's word for it, which we should just be willing to take the Most High's word for it. But now we still want to do things our way. So the Most High said, okay, no problem. I'll give you that choice. Now you get to experience it, and then you tell me if I was lying or not. Now you can tell me yourself whether I was telling the truth or not. That's how the Most High does it. That's why in verse 19, even though I'm not, you don't have to quote right down 19, it says, nevertheless, the people refused to obey the voice of Samuel, and they said, nay, but we will have a king over us, that we also may be like all the nations, and that our king may judge us and go out before us and fight our battles. And Samuel heard all the words of the people, and he rehearsed them in the ears of Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto Samuel, hearken unto their voice and make them a king. And Samuel said unto the men of Israel, go ye every man into his city. So as you go down, it goes into how he sought out Saul to be our first king at that point. But just want to read that section as far as this time back to now, what we got going on here with the people saying, oh my God, oh, Solomon, he was so tough. Oh my God. Oh, he worked us too hard. Just have him lighten the burden and then we'll serve you, right? But now, at least at this point, they're not just saying we don't want to serve him. They're just saying, can you lighten his burden a little bit, right? Because apparently Solomon put them to work to achieve the greatness that they achieved as a nation, right? We know that even from carnal exploits, whether it be, when it comes to arts, entertainment, sports, you got to put in blood, sweat, and tears. You got to put in, put your nose to the grind, work your art, work your craft, work your aptitude to get better, so that you can get the gold, get the top achievement, to get that that carnal crown that says I'm the best in my field when it comes to X, Y, Z, right? So same thing goes for rulership when it comes to the kingdom, when it comes to our rulership here, right? So let's see what their response was, right? Because it's not to say the request was a bad request, but it's just one of those things that comes with the territory when it comes to being the best in anything.
Yeah, even like now where we are now, we get our paycheck and we see all these deductions. It's like, damn, I work for so much and this is what I get. They don't they just they take it out. You never see it.
And the people question, they say they still say file the money to this day, file the money. What's the government doing with this, right? Okay, our elected officials, how are they using this money? Are they using this money to create other programs? And sometimes, yes, other times, the money gets lost. And we say, what happened to the money? Oh, well, we gave it to this CEO or this person that helped this person get into office. And then you have people like not trusting government now.
And even recently, Trump is like he's cutting a lot of social services to take care of young children. It's like, what?
But so ironic, Trump, Biden, blue team, red team, some reason you never see that ever be an issue when it comes to defense contractors. Huh. How funny, how ironic. They seem to always have their dockets filled. And they know about give and take. Because you pull up they have these websites like opensecret.org. You can pull up like public data when it comes to like campaign contributions. You can filter it down to like the federal level to like certain states, things like that. What you'll always see is the defense contractors like Boeing, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, they're always the top donors, not only to Trump, but to Biden. Like the 2020, they both gave tons of money to both sides. They said, listen, we don't care who wins, right? We'll make sure we're going to be taken care of by having these guys in our pocket to say, yeah, we donated to your campaign to make sure you became president. Now, we need you to pass laws to help us out so we can make the most money we can for whatever weapon we're working on. You know what I mean? So that's the one hand patting the other person's back, right? One hand wash the other person's back, as they say. You look out for me, I look out for you, right? But it's so funny to see like how they gave money to both sides, The defense contractors. I said, yeah, see, they know what time it is. Right? We don't care who wins because we're going to win in the end anyway. And that goes, that's very, what do you call it? As true to form for Esau, like Isaac told our brother Esau, by thy sword thou shalt live. Right? So it shouldn't be a shock to us knowing the prophecy about our brother Esau, our arch nemesis, right? The top enemy that's of the nations that's in power right now. That he put so much time and effort and resources towards his defense contracting, towards his Department of Defense, now changed back to the Department of War, Secretary of War, like it was called before time. They try to soften up by saying, "Oh, DOD, defense." It's just like it's not just defense. It's not just a shield. Y'all got the sword too. Don't pretend like you don't have the sword. Put your shield. You know. But yeah, we are Israel just like they are Esau, and we're doing what the Most High said we do. So now this is back in 2 Chronicles. I read 1 Samuel 8:10-18. And those scriptures in Kings, 1 Kings 11:26-40, and 1 Kings 12:3-4 to reference or to connect with 2 Chronicles 10 verses 3-4. Now I'm in 2 Chronicles 10:5. It says, and he said unto them, verse 6. Come again unto me after 3 days, and the people departed. Now King Rehoboam took counsel with the old men that stood before Solomon his father while he yet lived, saying, what counsel give ye me to return answer to this people? So it's like when they have different debates or different negotiations, they'll say, okay, you state your claim and then we'll make our claim, or you state your claim and then give us some time, a day or a couple of days, in this case 3 days, to deliberate, and we'll come back with an answer, right? So he went to the elders and said, okay, what should I do? Verse 7, and they spake unto him, saying, if thou be kind to this people and please them and speak good words to them, they will be thy servants forever. So he said, speak kind words unto them, right? Give them a good answer, right? A beneficial answer to get them to be motivated, to be excited, to want to serve in the kingdom. Now, like I said, in their mind, it's just like, yeah, Rehoboam is just is the king over a united kingdom, just like Solomon was. But we know it was already prophesied that was going to go the other way before this is all said and done. We just don't know it yet. Now, Jeroboam was given that prophecy about it, but even he didn't realize it yet or experience it yet until we get later on. So that's what the elder wise men that were under Solomon said. But now, what happened? Let me read on. It says, so before I read on to verse 8, you can write down Proverbs chapter 15.
You read that?
In Proverbs chapter 15 and verse 1. This goes along with 10 and 7. So go with 10 and 7, Proverbs 15 and 1. Going the wrong way. Proverbs 15 and 1, it says, a soft answer turneth away wrath, but grievous words stir up anger. So remember this point of wisdom that Solomon shared with us here, right? Because it's going to come up as you read this story, being an example of whether or not this principle was observed or transgressed, and then the fallout that came afterwards, right? Also, let's get another example in history that speaks to this wisdom, as far as whether or not they apply the elder men's wisdom that were under Solomon. We can go and see this also in Judges chapter 8. So in front of 2 Chronicles, Judges chapter 8, let's get a case study, right? Like going into case law. We have a law or principle and say, okay, in the case of so-and-so versus so-and-so, did they do this? And then what was the outcome? Or what was the verdict? That's why the books of history are so good. We go into the stories and kind of meditate on them and go, oh, They said it did it this way, and this is what they got as a result. Let's try it that way too. Or let's try it the other way to get a better result. So in Judges chapter 8 and verse 1, it says, it's going back in time now. The men of Ephraim said unto him, why hast thou served us? Right? This is going to Gideon, right? Because he was the, was it Gideon or Ahimelech? I think it was Ahimelech that came after him. And this was Gideon, who, when you go into Gideon, he came out of Manasseh when you read the previous chapters. Also known as Jerubbaal. But now it says, the men of Ephraim said unto him, why hast thou served us, that thou callest us not when thou wentest to fight with the Midianites? Right, because they got offended because when he went to go fight that battle to take out our captors, which are the Midianites, he didn't call them into battle with them. And they did chide with him sharply. He said to them, what have I done now in comparison of you? Is not the gleaning of the grapes of Ephraim better than the vintage of Abiezer? Right? It says, God had delivered into your hands the princes of Midian, Oreb and Zeb. And what was I able to do in comparison of you? Then their anger was abated toward him when he had said that, right? So he kind of like rewarded them with kindness, gave them props, saying, yeah, you guys are living large, right? The Most High blessed you, right? Blessed your vintage. And unfortunately, that's what you see. They're referred to somewhat chidingly as the drunkards of Ephraim, right? Speaking to them, having the vineyards, but then becoming drunk with their own vineyards physically, but then also parallel spiritually as far as them being drunk with idols. You'll see that later on with other prophets talking about Ephraim. But he responded to them with a kind, complimentary turn, as opposed to rewarding, harshness with harshness. That's why it says that their anger was abated toward him when he said that. But as you read on, you're going to see what happens afterwards. But just a small example of how you respond to folks, how your words can be used to calm. They can also be used to infuriate or to enrage, depending on how you respond. But that's Judges 8, 1-3, an example of how a soft answer can turn away wrath. So he pretty much bigged them up. So y'all Ephraim, y'all living fat cat, man, right? What could I do, or what could I gain in comparison to what you guys have already been blessed with? But now back in 2 Chronicles chapter 10, you have a question? Raise your hand.
No, I'm trying to Judges 8. I'm just writing it down. 8.
1-3. To go with Proverbs 15 and 1, which goes with 2 Chronicles 10 and 7, which I'll read again. And they spake, the elders of the people, the elder counselors of Solomon, they spake unto him, Rehoboam, saying, if thou be kind to this people and please them and speak good words to them, they will be thy servants forever. Verse 8, but he forsook the counsel which the old men gave him, and took counsel with the young men that were brought up with him that stood before him. So, people talk about you have an entourage, right? We see it sometimes. They had a show called Entourage, right, where they had like a young guy trying to break into Hollywood, and he hired like his close buddies to help him out as far as go to this studio, go to that studio, say this, do that, right? And you see it sometimes with certain athletes. I know Allen Iverson, when in his heyday, he was real popular, and you would always see him with his entourage going here and going there, right? And while his friends may have had his back, they didn't always have the best advice for him, right? But you say, oh, well, those are my friends. Let me listen to them. But, having friends is one thing, but now, weighing their advice in the balance, whether or not it's good or not, is something else. It says, and he said unto them, what advice give ye that we may return answer to this people, which has spoken to me, saying, ease somewhat of the yoke that thy father did put upon us. So let's see what this young entourage is, his as we say in Philly, his young boy. Let's see what his young boy. Let's see what they had to say to him or say for him. And the young men that were brought up with him spake unto him, saying, Thus shall answer the people that spake unto thee, saying, Thy father made our yoke heavy, but make it thou somewhat lighter for us. Thus shalt thou say unto them, My little finger shall be thicker than my father's loins. For whereas my father put a heavy yoke upon you, I will put more to your yoke. My father chastised you with whips, I will chastise you with scorpions.
That's strong.
Just reading it is just like, well, damn. I could at least say, but like, you know what? No, I'll keep it the same. And that might have been, that might have fell on. That might have been unfortunate to hear that, right? But he wasn't even beyond that. He said, "Yeah, you thought I was doing was bad. My little finger should be thicker than my father's loins, right?" And I don't want to go into detail about what he means by that.
Hell.
Whereas my father put a yoke on you, you thought that was bad. He may have beat you with whips. I'm gonna beat you with scorpions. No, whether he meant that figuratively, literally, it doesn't matter, right? I think it sets the stage pretty clear. But once again, like I said before, the prophecy that Anijah, is that his name? Make sure I get his name, the brother's name right, the prophet's name. The prophecy that Anijah gave to Jeroboam when he took his garment off and split it had to come to pass. But now we're seeing how it's going to manifest. It's by Rehoboam listening to his younger crew and what they got to say as opposed to the elder men in this matter. Because, it could have been the younger men could have had a better answer than the elder men. It could have went that way, but not in this case, right? Where they said, yeah, be even more abrasive towards him. Ahijah, that's his name. Ahijah the Shilonite, that was his name from 1 Kings 11. That prophecy had to pass. And now we're seeing how it's going down. Like I said, remember that scripture we read in Kings about Ahab and Jehoshaphat when he said they had a meeting in the third heaven? Who will cause Ahab to fall, Ramoth Gilead? And the spirits went back and forth about it. And the one came up, I'll be a lying spirit in the mouth of his prophets. And God was like, all right, I like the sound of that. Go. So every matter you think about, it doesn't do that for everything, but everything that happens on this plane, whether it be our people or nations, they got meetings up there about it. They say, okay, look, the kingdom is going to be split, but now how's it going to happen? They probably had a meeting up there about, okay, here's what we'll do. We'll have him listen to his younger crew who are going to give bad advice. And Mosai was like, all right. So Mosai has that final say so, but then he allowed the Elohim to manifest how it's going to happen. You know what I mean? But it don't happen until we make the choice, whether we do a right thing or a wrong thing, right?
Man's going.
Just like for our righteous forefathers and foremothers, they do a right thing, the Most High will have what? Angels come down to minister to help us. If we say they do the wrong thing, the Most High have what? Evil angels come down to afflict us, to give us curses, right? To have us fall down, scrape our knee, right? That's what we see all the time. We make the headlines on the evening news, sadly. That's the Most High say, oh, send an evil angel for him, send an evil angel for her. But now for us coming into the truth, both sides like, okay, hit the brakes. All right, good angels, y'all back in play now. The angels, like, yes. All right, go down to Brother Gabar, go down to Brother Yalkanan. Okay, help him out with this, help him do this, help him say that. Right now we got the angels on our back helping us out, right? As opposed to those other angels coming to bring calamity and misfortune upon us. Mm-hmm. But remember, it's all tied to our choices. The blessing and the curse is always tied to our choice. Don't forget that. Deuteronomy 30 and 19, right?
Yeah, Proverbs 20:24. Man's goings are of the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
How can a man then understand his own way?
That's perfect. That's perfect right there. Yep, that's it. Like I said, an example with Ahab about Ramoth Gilead. That's like one little snapshot we were given about how it goes down. But I'm sure in the third heaven, you got all types of records about all things that have happened beyond what we have in our history books. They go into things that probably we don't even know about, or things that nations tried to hide or cover up. They got the records up there. Talk about databases. They got the database up there. They don't miss a beat. Not only for things said and done, but even our thoughts, our feelings. Even those things are recorded up there. So Esau wish he could be on that level when it comes to tracking, having his eyes everywhere, with his technology tracking stuff. The Alahan got that. They got that like sealed up.
Yeah, remember Judah and Tamar?
Con, what about it?
Yeah, when he felt a certain way and he's gonna figure that he's a prostitute, he's gonna, do his thing and keep going,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he wanted to kill her after that.
Yeah, so it's like, oh, snap. How can I mess up like that?
Con, you just saying like man's goings of the Lord? Is that why you're
Yeah, man's going of the Lord.
okay?
So even I just want to read one more thing. Psalms 19 and 12. Who can understand his errors? Cleanse thou me from secret faults. So
Psalms
for
19 and
for
12.
your errors, like, how can I do that? How can I do that? Like you don't really understand,
So Psalms 19 and 12.
Yeah.
Cleanse thee from thy.
Cleanse thou me from secret faults.
Oh, okay. So that's like where you had the trespass offering in Leviticus chapter 5?
Yeah. For your errors.
Where you sin by ignorance, and in chapter 4 also, which is the sin offering. This is if you sin by ignorance, you would do these offerings, right? That's what we had in the law, right? So we meditate on that and take it to another level. You say, okay, the animals really couldn't take the sin from us, but now spiritually we try to take that on and say, okay, how do I avoid that, as best I can, right? As far as the sin or trespass due to ignorance. Sometimes you just can't help it. That's why the Most High has that law in there for us, right? But showing us that the Most High knows these things would happen, and then how to move or how to operate accordingly. Now we go through Christ. Before we would do like a sin or a trespass offer. We did something that we weren't aware of. You know what I mean? You only know what you know at any given point, right? You try to do the best you can with what you know. That's why Most High gives us counsel on. Okay, when you make a decision, especially of a greater matter, you want to gather information, right? You want to do your research. You want to look things up. You want to look out search out those W's, right? So you can get more information to say, okay, let me go with this car or this house or this job or this insurance policy or whatever you're trying to figure out, whatever you're trying to do. But for those verses, let's continue on in 2 Chronicles. Now we're in verse 12, chapter 10, verse 12. So Jeroboam and all the people came to Rehoboam on the third day as the king bade, saying, come again to me on the third day. And the king answered them roughly, right? So he came real roughshod with this answer, right? Like, damn. Like today we was like, damn, that was cold. Like, you answered him real rough. It says, and answer them after the advice of the young men, saying, my father made your yoke heavy, I will add thereto. Your father chastised you with whips, I will chastise you with scorpions. Right? We know what scorpions, right? Them things are poisonous, right? So, like I said, literally, figuratively, this is a bad go. This is a bad go at it to say something like this. Now, let's see what it says in verse 15. So the king hearkened not unto the people, for the cause was of God. So I was saying earlier, that the word but the Lord or Yahweh might perform his word, which he spake by the hand of Ahijah, the Shilonite, to Jeroboam, the son of Nebat. And just go back to 1 Kings 11. What did we read earlier? 1 Kings chapter 11. We read from verse 26 to 40, that whole backstory, right? We read that a little while ago. But that's the story they're referring to as far as that prophet doing a symbolic gesture, taking the overgarment that Jeroboam had, tearing it in pieces, and say, here, 10 pieces for you. These are the 10 tribes you're going to rule over, right? That's what it's talking about. So, but now this is how it went down, right? This is how it would happen as far as them going their different ways by them responding with this rather harsh foolish answer, right? Anything in between would have been better, right? Like I said, they just said, no, we'll just keep it at the same rate. Even that would have went off better than this, right?
Right.
So we know ideally too, even if he had answered and went with the what the elderman said, yeah, we'll lighten your burdens a little bit, and you guys will honor your thing. The Most High would have it split another way, right? So that's the thing when it comes to when it comes to the Most High's will, because we always have these questions, right? Is it determinism or is it fatalism, right? In other words, like, are things decided by, you know, action reaction, or was it already destined regardless of action and reaction? And it's like when people have these philosophical discussions, as they did in ancient times, they do that. They did have the same discussions. Now it's both. It's just a matter of your vantage point, right? So yeah, we are making decisions that have cause effect, but then ultimately, the decisions that we make are already known, and then the Most High already had the factors in place to either bless us or curse us based with that decision. So it's both. From our vantage point, we just don't know. We have a sneak peek into our future with certain things. We know in part, we prophesy in part. So yeah, we are still deciding, but the Most High still ultimately knows who's going to decide what, and He's going to give either the good for our works or the evil for our works, depending on what we do. So it's both, because like I said, we'll see those people come up. People will come to the camp all the time with these questions, and they'll say, "Oh man, if God's the one in control, right? If it's fate, well, why decide anything? Most High knows what I'm going to do, right? So why does it matter?" But like them making that argument, you can tell they're making the case for just being wicked. They just want to just do whatever. I'm like, yeah, but you can choose not to be wicked. Well, He knows already what I'm going to do, right? Yeah, He does, but why not? Why don't you choose to do right? Why choose to be wicked if you're given that blessing where you can choose? Other creation can't do that, right? Even the angels themselves follow the Most High's will, but now we're special amongst the Elohim, amongst even the animals and plants. Like they follow the Most High's will, whereas with us, we have that choice. Don't take that thing lightly. That's powerful stuff. But like I said, our people a lot of times, and the heathen especially, they're just like, they want to blame God and say, well, God let me do it, so I did it. And it's like, no, that's what you want. You want to do that and get the pleasures for a season that came with that choice.
So it says that like all Israel shall be saved, and it says no matter what I do, I'm gonna still be saved.
Right, yeah, they'll take that attitude, right?
It's like what? I could do anything, I'll still be saved. Wow.
So where do we go after that? Where do we show them after that? What verse do we go to from there, though, if they make that stance?
No, 2/3.
Okay, I'm thinking of another one, something that Christ said during a famous sermon that He gave. I'll give you a hint.
On the sheep, the goats and the sheep.
Earlier.
Oh, I don't know.
When I say, you're going to be like, oh, okay. Whoso shall break one of these least commandments, he shall be the least in the kingdom.
But I'm still making it, right?
Whosoever shall do and teach them, he shall be called great in the kingdom.
But the person probably say, I'll still make it, right?
Yes, but you'll be considered the least in the kingdom.
But I still make it.
You'll be given less power, less influence, less this, less that.
But the person wicked, they probably say, yeah, I still make it, right?
Yeah, we can go to 1 Corinthians 3 on that. Yeah, you're going to suffer loss. You're going to be burnt up. But you'll be saved, yet so is by fire. But you're going to be put to death by the angels. You want that? And you know what? Some folks, you make it clear to them the choice and what's at stake, right? They'll still, like you said, yeah, I'll be that 2/3. All right, yeah, I'll be least. Yeah, okay, kill me. Shoot, I'm going to live it up now. It's like, I warned you. I did my part.
Yeah, you don't want to fall in the hands of the Most High, right?
Yeah, exactly. But, until it's an issue, it's not an issue. Until it's an issue, when it is an issue, that's like brothers always teach when we talk about Revelations 11:11, when that's what we're doing now. Revelations 11 and 12, when the chariots come, and we get brothers always do that thing where other Israel sees us going up. They're like, not us, whoever's chosen that day. God forbid we're not still on the ground when that happens, but they see the 1/3 going up. And take me with you. I'll listen. This is like too late. We warned you. It's here now. we warned you during the grace period, but you didn't want to take it serious. You said, "Oh, I got time. I'm gonna do my thing. I'll get with that truth stuff." Now we're getting beamed up, and it's like the choice has been made now.
Like the old movie Platoon. He was down there trying to run to the helicopter, and the helicopter, they're like, "Oh, we're trying to save him," and we you know, they just couldn't save him, and he just get like shot up, dead.
Oh man,
You know, so old movie.
I know. I haven't seen it in a while, but I know the movie you're talking about. I have to watch it again. Yeah, man. So we're gonna get the unfortunate but destined response now, based on them saying that. Before we do though, just link up with verse 12 to 15, chapter 10, 12 to 15. It links up with the same thing we linked up with chapter 10, 3 and 4. That whole story we read about how Ahijah did the symbolic gesture and told Jeroboam what the situation was. He's gonna give him 10 tribes and then set him up. If he does the right thing, he'll be blessed and he'll be the new ruler. But if he doesn't, we know what happens to that. And like I said, we read on the Second Chronicles, we'll see exactly how Jeroboam does after this. And we'll read about how Rehoboam does too if he continues to take back bad advice, like he did on this account. But yeah, the link with the 12 to 15 of chapter 10 of Second Chronicles, you just link 1 Kings 11, 29 to 40 again. Same link up as above. And also 1 Kings 12 and 15. You can link that one too. 1 Kings 12 and 15. So 1 Kings 12 verses 12 to 15 and 1 Kings 11 29 to 40 all linked with 2 Chronicles 10 12 to 15. And then it looks like we're at the end now. So it says, going back to 2 Chronicles 10 and 16, it says, "And when all Israel saw that the king would not hearken unto them, the people answered the king, saying, What portion have we in David? And we have none inheritance in the sons of Jesse. Every man into your tents, O Israel. And now, David, see to thine own house." So all Israel went to their tents. So unfortunate. Back in the 2 Samuel 5, right? We were bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh, right? And David came to meet with all the elders, but now just in 2 generations' time, that just became disannulled. Just now we're split again. Yeah. So sad, but it had to happen this way.
Yeah, 1 second.
So the verse I'm referencing is 2 Samuel 5, when it was the opposite, when we're actually coming together as tribes. But now, after this statement, they said, "Look, what do we have in David? What inheritance do we have with the sons of Jesse?" Right? Everybody looked to their own, pretty much at this point. Do you, and we're going to do us.
So what are they saying? They said, "What do we have?"
Right. In other words, what a portion do we have in David as far as like inheritance? Because they have their borders and they have their borders, right? So they're pretty much saying, what good is it for us to follow you? If you're just going to oppress us, it's going to make you guys richer anyway, right? Because you keep your inheritance, right? Yeah. So in their mind, it's like, yeah, we just go back and not to pay you tribute, like the laws of the king, like 1 Samuel 8, and we got more to ourselves. Because we stay working with you, you're going to pretty much just squeeze our lifeblood out of us, right?
Yeah.
He beat you with whips, I'm going to get you a scorpion. So it's just like, that's why they said, what inheritance do we have with David or with the son of Jesse? He's pretty much saying, like, you guys are going to be getting our wealth, even more of our wealth than already, right? Because remember, they already had to pay a tenth to Levi. They're going to pay a tenth to them, but now it's going to be even more than a tenth for the king, in this case, the house of David, but even more than that with the, we're going to turn up your bonds, turn up your captivity. So they said, you know what? Let's just be free of it. Let's be free of you. Since you drive such a hard bargain, we quit. We quit serving you and serving your line of kings. So every man for himself.
Oh,
So we can keep more of what's ours. But now they're going to be under Jeroboam anyway. So that's going to be another version of now your 10th is going to have to go to him. But they said, at least won't be as bad as working for Rehoboam or the house of David.
so
You still look a little uncertain. Well, as you think about that, let me just get my link up. This is 2 Samuel chapter 5, verses 1 to 3, back to the good old days. 2 Samuel 5 and 1, it says, Then came all the tribes of Israel to David unto Hebron, and spake, saying, Behold, we are thy bone and thy flesh. Also in times past, when Saul was king over us, that was he that led us out and brought us in Israel, as far as him being an armor bearer, right? Leading the battle. And Yahweh said unto thee, Thou shalt feed my people Israel, and thou shalt be a captain over Israel. So all the elders of Israel came to the king to Hebron, and King David made a league with them in Hebron before Yahweh, and they anointed David king over Israel. Because remember, before he just ruled over Hebron in the south, in Judah, but now he's being united over all Israel. But now we have the opposite here, where it's like before we acknowledge you as the ruler, but now with you, Rehoboam, you being his grandson, yeah, we're good. We're good now, because of that answer you gave us.
so Jeroboam or the northern tribe, they're gonna get he's gonna get I guess 10% of the people money. Besides everybody paying taxes to the whole nation. Jeroboam, he's gonna have his own 10%.
Well, if they're going to follow 1 Samuel 8, if not, then it's just going to go further off the rails at that point.
Oh.
That's why we're at 1 Samuel 8 earlier, right? About the laws pertaining to the king, whoever that king may be.
There's two kings.
Well, Rehoboam is technically the third, right?
Yeah, Rehoboam and Jeroboam.
Well, 4.
Oh.
Rehoboam is the 4th, because King Saul was the first. Then David, then Solomon.
I'm saying as ruling at the same time, you got Jeroboam and Rehoboam.
Well, Rehoboam had the rule up until this point. So you can technically count him, even though it didn't happen for the rest of his days.
Oh.
Right before this point, they were still under Rehoboam. That's why they came to him with a petition.
Oh, yeah.
It was still united at this point, up until this very moment. Verse 16 is where the split officially goes down in reality. It was already prophesied because Ahijah told Jeroboam, but it didn't get realized until verse 16.
Oh, until 16. Okay. I get it.
Does that help some?
Yeah.
Okay. Come. Prakate how. By Hashem Yahushua, La Ruach HaKodesh.
So everybody went back to their own
Lands.
respective tribes.
Yeah. Because what's going to happen is the prophecy. Those 10 that they're going to leave are going to go and end up being under Jeroboam. Because remember, Jeroboam already had a name during Solomon's reign. He had gone, he came back. So they knew him. They knew Jeroboam. Because he had a name even during Solomon's reign, but they weren't at odds with each other until what happened later. With dealing with Solomon dealing with the strange woman. That's when that divide happened between him and Jeroboam. Before that, him and Jeroboam were cool. Solomon was like, oh, he's a man of skill. I'm gonna have him deal with this. See how things can go south when sin. See how things can go south when sin enters in.
Yeah, it's like, I want to kill him now.
Crazy, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunate too. Because just think, man, maybe if we could have been together for even longer, But it's not the will of the Lord. But at least we can experience that in the kingdom going forward. But let me wrap this up so we can close out. It says, but as for the children of Israel that dwelt in the cities of Judah, Rehoboam reigned over them. So that was part of the prophecy that Ahijah said too. For David's sake, he would leave him as well as another tribe, which we know was Benjamin. It says, and King Rehoboam sent Hadaram, that was over the tribute, and this links with was it 1 Kings 4 and 6? And the children of Israel stoned him with stones that he died. But King Rehoboam made speed to get him up in his chariot to flee to Jerusalem. So let's get that story real quick in Kings. So hold this, go to 1 Kings 12 again.
And after killing man.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
Yeah.
But they just, I guess they're setting the precedent to say, yeah, we're not acknowledging you anymore. You and your line are no longer kings of ours. We want you out. You got coup d'etat. You got coup d'etat up out of here.
King Rehoboam. No, wait. Let me see. So King Rehoboam sent this man to the northern tribe, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, he sent him to the northern tribe. That's under Jeroboam when he. So the northern tribe, like, that's when they killed him.
This is 1 Kings 12 and 16.
Hold on, First Kings. Hold on. First Kings.
You read further down here, it says Shechem, the city we read about earlier in the Zonovan.
12:16.
That was the city that he fortified, and where they had this meeting was in Shechem. I showed you guys that on the map on the thing here, and I shared the Bible Atlas. If you look earlier on in the video, I read the background around Shechem and why that city was significant for Israel as a whole, but as far as Israel, using that as like a chief place to link up going forward beyond a place like Jerusalem. For good at first, but now not for good later on, as you read on in the story, unfortunately.
What do you read now? 12. 1 Kings 12.
16, I'm gonna read down to 20 to go along with what we're reading here in 2 Chronicles 10,
Okay.
16 to 19. So this is 1 Kings 12 and 16. It says, so when all Israel saw the king hearken not unto them, the people answered the king, saying, what portion have we in David? Neither have we inheritance in the son of Jesse. To your tents, O Israel. Now see to thine own house, David. So Israel departed unto their tents. But as for the children of Israel which dwelt in the cities of Judah, Rehoboam reigned over them. And King Rehoboam sent Adoram, that's the same as this Hadaram in 2 Chronicles 10, right? Who was over the tribute, and all Israel stoned him with stones that he died. Therefore King Rehoboam made speed to get him up to his chariot to flee to Jerusalem.
Oh.
So Israel rebelled against the house of David unto this day. Then it says, it came to pass when all Israel heard that Jeroboam was come again, that they sent and called him unto the congregation and made him king over all Israel. There was none that followed the house of David, but the tribe of Judah only.
What? Benjamin and Levi.
Well, Levi doesn't have a plot; they just have cities, right?
But still,
They're already joined unto the Lord.
But still, they kept the temple. Benjamin, we were there too.
Well, when you read further down, it's gonna give us other details behind when Benjamin would join in. When you read I think it's either further down or above.
Yeah.
So 21, and Rehoboam was come to Jerusalem, he assembled all the house of Judah with the tribe of Benjamin and 180,000 chosen men, which were warriors to fight against the house of Israel, to bring the kingdom again to Rehoboam, the son of Solomon. It says, but the word of God came to Shemaiah, the man of God, saying, here's another prophet being given a vision. Speak to Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, king of Judah, and unto all the house of Judah and Benjamin, and to the remnant of the people, saying, thus saith Yahweh, ye shall not go up nor fight against your brethren, the children of Israel. Return every man to his house. For this thing is from me. They hearken therefore unto the word of Yahweh and return to depart according to the word of Yahweh. Right? So they thought to fight and say, oh, bring him back. Get him back unto us. Most High is like, no.
Under one rulership, right?
Nope. I want this to happen for the reasons that I stated. But yeah, that was First Kings 12, 16 to 20. And then you asked me to read 21 to 24, right? About Benjamin.
Yeah, Benjamin did. So like even now today, you got Judah and Benjamin and Levi.
Yeah, because we're the Southern Kingdom. So that just about wraps it up. 1 Kings 4 and 6. Add that one too. 1 Kings chapter 4 and verse 6. That's the verse that shows who this man was. When it comes to the princes that Solomon had, it says, and Ahishar was over the household. And it says, and Adoniram, or Adoniram, the son of Abda, was over the tribute. So that's the same Adoniram that we're reading about here that they grabbed up
Yeah,
and murked him. He said, "What?
No, you're not getting our money.
I'm just doing my job, man. Just doing my job, like I've always done. So, we've done this.
So-
We've done this for years under Solomon, but because of the sin, now things are going a little different now.
So who's in was it Matthew the tax collector?
Yeah.
It was tax collector said, even the tax collectors and but the tax wasn't coming to us, it was going to the Gentiles.
Yeah.
So they still, nobody like the taxman now anyway.
Right. So that was the punishment. We couldn't rule ourselves the right way. The Most High said, come allow these other nations I don't care about to rule over you, and they're going to abuse you, just because you abused each other and you guys had your own dominion. Because you wanted a king so bad. That all connects. I gave you a king. I'll let you have a king. Look what you did to him.
So like
You didn't follow the laws behind it.
But even now, as a lot of times, it's like, okay, yeah, we have Judah, Benjamin, Levi, but we separate by such of a great landmass, for like Central and South America, we separated so much.
And some of us are still on the Western Coast. Some of us.
Yeah.
Most of us are over here, but some of us are still on the Western Coast. Some of us are still even in Europe. Yeah, we're scattered. And that's just talking about the Southern Kingdom tribes too.
Yeah.
Because you have the diaspora all over, the descendants of slaves all over. And we just call them Southern Kingdom because we can't tell if they're Judah, Benjamin, or Levi. It could be any of the three. So the best we have is maybe some history here and there to say, okay, these guys are probably Benjamin, these guys are probably Levi, but it's just safe to say. All right, Afro-Ecuadorians are Southern Kingdom. Afro-Brazilians are Southern Kingdom. Afro-Argentinians are Southern Kingdom. Maybe in parts of Central America might be a little bit easier, like Honduras. It's a little easier for them. Or like Panama will be a little easier, right? Afro-Panamanians. Probably easier to say they're Benjamin because you got the history right there that shows that you had Benjamin that was brought over to help build the canal. You can say, okay, they're Benjamin because they came from the Caribbean. You know what I mean? But yeah, so this is a monumental period in our history here, right? Very defining, and it would kind of it would set the stage for the events that come afterwards. But we'll stop here. But yeah, like I said, trying to go to Kings too much because I know it'll be even longer than we're at now. We're almost at a Hebrew watch at 4 going up on 4 hours. But yeah, hopefully cover the key things, the key principles, the key events that took place and why, and then we could kind of compare them to some other things that happened in history. But just a thing to keep in mind is that like we mentioned earlier in Deuteronomy 30 and 19, the Most High says he always tells us that he set before us life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore, choose life that we and our children might live. And when we choose life or choose death, that determines whether or not the blessing or cursing comes upon us as an individual, as a family, as an extended family, as a nation, right? So that's going down. And when it comes to oaths and promises that we may swear to God in ignorance or in knowledge, that's why Christ in his wisdom said, just say yea, yea, nay, nay, because even under grace, what you may claim, what you may promise, or what you may swear, you'll be held to. So that goes for us as a nation. It goes down to individual level as well. And it can be tough because in your mind, you might have said to yourself, you thought it through and through, but the Most High will hold us to our words. He'll hold us to the agreements that we make. And we have this is a perfect example of that, to where because of what one man did, what one man Solomon did, we see just how it had a trickle down effect to cause all the things that took place afterwards, right? And it may not happen in a short or a long period of time, but it will come to pass. Because once again, Most High is not a man he should lie, neither the Son of Man that he should repent. I quoted Deuteronomy 30 and 19. You could also write down what that verse I just said, which was Numbers 23 and 19, which says that. So Numbers 23 and 19, it reads, God is not a man that he should lie, neither the Son of Man that he should repent. Hath he said, and shall he not do it? Or hath he spoken, and shall he not make it good? So we're witnessing that right now. We witnessed that throughout all of history. But especially now with this special event that we're reading about here as far as the split of the kingdoms. Right? But now at least we've gone over it. You have some background in case folks have questions. What's this whole northern and southern kingdom business y'all keep talking about? What's the history behind that? So we just went through it in 2 Chronicles 10, right? They give some background on it. And you can go to Kings, 1 Kings 11 and 12, and cross-reference it with 2 Chronicles 9 and 10, and see the story all come together. As we tried to do this Sabbath service, the Most High in Christ, by way of the Holy Spirit, allowing it so. All right, so we'll make an end here unless anyone has any other questions or comments. For next week, we're going back to the New Testament. I had a minor change I had to make up an update to because I meant to send it out last week. But I'll email out the Sabbath service list to you guys for January to June of this year. I've got it down to December too. I think I might send both of them in one attachment, so you guys have them for the whole year. But I'll send it to you guys by email. But yeah, January the 17th, which will be next Sabbath, is going to be Matthew 22 and 23. Once again, Matthew 22 and 23 for next week. That's going to be our reading.
And sundown is the new moon.
Yeah, 17th of sundown. That's right. That's going to be the 11th month.
Yep, new moon.
So next week, Matthew 22 and 23, and new moon, 11th new moon that night.
New moon, 11, 12.
It only makes sense because, like we said, if a month is on average 29 and a half days, we're already 3 weeks in at this point. Like I was saying in the beginning of the service, the new moon came in 3 weeks ago, 3 Fridays ago, right? Which means we're in the 22nd day of the month right now, which means next Sabbath will be the 28th day. So that means the sun will set on the 29th day, which will be the first day of the 11th month. Since we're in the 22nd day right now. So the 29th of sundown will be the 11th month. The 10th month, the 29th day of sundown will be next Saturday night. That'll be the 11th month and the first day. And we'll start counting again. This time, the day of the week and the month is actually synced up since it came in Saturday sundown. Sometimes that happens. When the new moon comes in on Saturday sundown, the day of the week and the day of the month are synced up, at least for that first week. And then you just keep count that way. It's easier to keep count. But yeah, the key is always remember what day of the week that new moon comes in and just count by a week. A week from that time will be the 8th. A week from that time will be the 15th. A week from that time will be the 22nd. A week from that time will be the 29th. Use that as a way to keep track of time of month that we're in. All right. So let's do some housekeeping real quick for folks that are still with us. So let's see. This is our teleconference line. So every Tuesday and Friday from 7 to 10 p.m. You want to call that number you see, 667-770-1085 with a conference code of 521455. Also, you want to join us in person, or I should say not in person, but so we can see your face and hear you. We have a Zoom line, which is this one here. Open up your device, be it a phone, laptop, desktop computer, right, or a tower computer. Um, Open up your web browser on your device and make sure you have Zoom installed on your device. Just go to the website, profitabletalks.com, as you see there scrolling. It'll bring up your Zoom app and ask you to log in. Just log in with whatever account you might use, be it Gmail or what have you. And you can attend the class that way where we have a Zoom and we go over the lesson. But we keep that and the teleconference open. If you guys have a check of money or you want to send to us, either for keeping the lights on here, keeping our internet connection so we can keep doing our service in this fashion, as well as for holy days or for your tithes, your tenths, or whatever the Most High has blessed you with, you can send those and check a money order to Ha Yash Allah Kanas, like you see at the bottom. Ha H-A Yashar Allah Yasharahla Kanas Knas 3826B Germantown Avenue, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania 19140. If you wanted to donate electronically for those aforementioned reasons I said, you have our PayPal, which is paypal.me/HYK12, paypal.me/HYK12 or HYK12. Also, you can Zelle us at 646-620-7378, 646-620-7378. If you do send a letter to us for one of those things, just make sure you put down those 4 things on that letter. Big, I think I see if you do it like by a check or money order, or if you have a comment section when you're trying to do it through PayPal, just put, obviously who you are, the date, what it's for, and then we'll see the amount. Just always include those 4 things: who you are, when it's happening, or what the date is, why you're sending it, right, and then of course the amount. All right. Also, like and share the video, as that gets the algorithm to keep videos and videos like this in circulation, so more and more can get the warning about who we are as a people and what we have to do to prepare ourselves for the days that are coming. As the Most High's prophecies keep coming to pass, we want to make sure that this gospel is preached in all the world for witness unto all nations. Because why? Our people are scattered amongst all nations. And then shall the end come. So in all languages, right? All right, so we'll say a Shar Shabbat once again, Yashar Allah. Thank you for joining us. Continue to watch and pray as we get close to that day that Christ will make his second coming and redeem the chosen of his people, whether we be alive in the earth or whether we're in the spirit realm right now. All right, hopefully we're part of one of those groups by the time that Christ comes back. All right, so enjoy the rest of your Sabbath, Israel. With that, we'll do the closing prayers. Oh, and I think I said earlier, this is a Shah, a Ba, and a Tha in the Hebrew, which is just Shabbat, and then a Shah, a La, a Wa, and a Ma, or Shalom, and then a Ya, a Shah, a Ra, an A, and a La, or Yasha Allah, Israel. So it just means peaceful Sabbath, Israel, or happy Sabbath, Israel. If we didn't know before, but I just want to make sure I translated that for us if we didn't know. All right, let's do the closing prayers. Shalom. Shah Shabbat wa Manaksa Tawa, which just means good afternoon. Yes, indeed. And there you are. Gotcha.
Barak Yahweh by Hashem Yahweh Shai, Asherah, Nanau, Pari Agapan, Thwada Aman. La Yahweh by Hashem Yahweh Shai, Av, Yasher Allah. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. Amadwa, Panua Yerushalayim, stand and face Jerusalem. Yahweh Bashem, Yahushai, Babakushai, Shemai, Lanawe, Aita, Yem Yen, Aita, Shalak, Mike Allah, Walla Allahayim, Tazwadakim, Lashmar Ayo, Barak, Rapha, Magan, Wakaziak, Banya, Yash Allah, Washalak, Lanawa, Rabin, Kakamad, Rabin, Da'ait, Rabin, Mayanad, Rabin, Sabalanwa, Rabin, Mama One, Rabin, Aqua, Rabin, Mahabin, Rabin, Maganad, Rachanaya, Wasalak, Kal, Katsayanawe, La Akin, La Akiwa, Wayash Allah, Thamyad, Waiwalan, Basham, Yahusha, Wadaman. English translation. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us now. Right now, send Michael and the righteous powers to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the children of Israel. And send to us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, much love, much spiritual protection, and forgive all our sins. For the brothers, sisters in Israel, always and forever, in the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, so be it. Four corners prayer. Yahweh Basham, Yahushai, Barak Nawe, Wayash Ale, Wabaf Yasaparim, Shemai, Yasharale, Yahweh, Allah Nawe, Yahweh, English translation, Yahweh in the Yahweh Shai, blesses Israel in the house of books. And then we said, Hear Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. So with that, we'll see a short Shabbat, Malachi Tawam. Continue to watch and pray, Israel. Keep the prophecy on the forefront of our minds and continue to use it to show our people that the time is at hand. Shalom.
Shalom.